GrindWorks, BMX, podcast, whatever. I have no idea what the number is.
You do this every time. It's like, I don't know what number
I know,
it is.
but normally I'll like look it up now, and I don't care.
Yeah. The homies that want to watch will watch, and if not, peace.
Well, you know, I used to not do it at all because I would record like a separate little intro and recap it and then edit it in.
I ain't got time for that pro stuff.
Dude, my 50 people that listen, they don't care. I can't wait for the text now that's like, yo, I actually do care, and I really wish you would edit in intros.
Unfriend, unfollow.
Like, now I don't know if you're trolling me or if you're serious.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Hey, remember when I used to do this with video? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, and it was 108 in your office, and I was like...
Oh, that was the first time at my apartment.
I had a handkerchief, and I was like, dude, melting.
This is your third time on the podcast now?
Is it?
Something like that?
It's definitely second. Is it third?
Yeah, because we did the one at my old apartment, right, in Monroeville. One of the original ones. And then we do another one at the house down there?
No, I never saw your house. I think that this is my second. I did the one in the apartment with Tommy, and I never saw your house.
Yeah, it was probably Johnny and Tommy then. Came down and did the work one.
Yeah, most of the other dudes get out a little more than I do.
All right, well, welcome back for the second-ish time, Roz.
What's up, AV? I'm glad to be on. I'm glad to be able to espouse myself in front of your 50 diehard core dudes that are salivating at the jaw to see what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, I hate to know how excited they are when they see a new GrindWorks episode drop.
Or they'll see my name and be like, oh, cool. He's interviewing a right-wing extremist, and your shirt is sopping wet. Holy Christ. We are some sweaty boys up here. Yeah, we just got done with a little set. Well, I guess we just crack right into it. We are at, we're in East Syracuse right now. We just wrapped up a little session at a new warehouse space that me and one of my buddies, Keith, have secured for our business. Well, we both own our own specific businesses, but we just kind of teamed up. It made more sense financially to team up. I've kind of shifted gears. I was, for 23 years, I was framing houses, and now I've since split off and started a new corporation where I do commercial mill work. I do a lot of different contracts with hotels and universities and medical centers, and it warranted kind of having a place to stockpile pieces, parts, and tools, and most importantly, ramps, bike ramps specifically. Are we recording?
Yeah. Don't worry about me. I'm just looking weird over here for no reason.
Yeah, I kept on rolling. So yeah, but more importantly, it secured a spot where I would be able to kind of have a spot as a jump off, for the bike scene. Got a few ramps going. You just finished up kind of an introductory little session here, and it's coming together. We're kind of in phase one of building. I'm not totally sure exactly what the future holds. I have a immediate plan for how I think the first year and approaching our first winter is going to go. But Yeah, so I've had this building secured for since May, and it is now late July.
Yeah, late July. Mid late.
So yeah, we've come a pretty long way. I was kind of inspired. Two things kind of inspired me when I was looking for a spot, and I knew I kind of wanted to do this with a portion of it. First was the old bakery videos. I think that was Brian Kaczynski's spot right in Chicago.
Yeah.
And,
what was it? It was Chicago, right? It wasn't Milwaukee.
Ooh.
I don't
quote
know.
me. Don't quote me. I thought it was Chicago, but yeah, I don't know.
I think Chicago as well, but I don't know.
Either way, Brian Kaczynski, because I know for sure he's listening. So
yeah,
don't quote me on that.
Diehard fan.
Anyone who's been riding for a little bit will probably be able to pull.
Although I've been surprised by weirder things.
Yeah, right. So that was kind of like it wasn't a public skate park to the best of my knowledge. It was basically an invite only type of facility, and they would do videos, I don't know, like quarterly or bi-monthly. I don't know. I don't think there was really a schedule, but they would drop videos, and I know they did a handful of jams there. I know Chad Curley did like an invitational thing where 30 or 40 pros crammed into that little spot, and they did a jam. So
yep.
That was my first kind of frame of reference. And then secondly, you had the Ice House in Pittsburgh going, which I was able to ride probably a half dozen times. And I've actually, you and I have had a handful of chats. I've picked your brain a lot about how you approach the Ice House is kind of similarly how I'm approaching this. Because for me, this building is insured by my company. So as far as having people come in here, it makes it a little dicey, how I approach it. So I want this to be a spot that's accessible to all kind of the core homies, first of all, but it has to be somewhat on the down low at the same time. So,
right, or your business insurance is going to be like, whoa, what do you think you're doing over here?
So it gets the waters get a little muddied at that point. So, like I said, I'm not totally sure how it's what the long-term vision is going to be, but I know, like I said, approaching this coming winter, 2024, into 2025, I have a pretty much rough outline of how I want to proceed, and taking inspiration, like I said, from you at the Ice House and the bakery, those old bakery videos and stuff is kind of my frame of reference. And so far, it's come along to the best I could hope for in the given space that I have. The space is a little tricky. It's kind of a giant L shape. It's about it's just a hair under 3,000 square feet, actually a little bit less. I think it's like 2,700 square feet. So it's definitely not the biggest space you've ever seen, but totally doable for just a little back and forth setup. And, we could have a fun session with even up to accommodating 10 or a dozen people. And, I was talking to you that I go, I don't know what I'm going to do if 30 people show up and want to ride. I'm not totally sure how to approach that. And you're pretty much just like, fuck it. Like if 30 people show up, 30 people show up. It's like everyone knows the deal. Like you just got to make it work if you want to make it work. So
yeah, and if you don't, then you're just going to not ride. But here's the other reality of that. Most of the dudes that are going to show up, if 30 people show up here, they're all homies anyway, and they're probably just going to sit on the couch and chat.
Right. And that's
they're going to take like 7 runs, drink 7 beers, and hang out.
Hey, one run per 1 beer is a pretty one-on-one ratio.
It might even be a high.
it might, the beers might outpace the sessions, but that's what I'm saying. That's why, and I guess I should actually back up and say that's kind of why I'm calling this the No Worries Bike Club, because I kind of want it to be, I want to use it as a hub for like the core people that have kind of always held it down in this area. And I mean, y'all know who you are. Yeah, and I mean, we're like 70%, functional as this space is. There's a whole area, in the back that's I got, cozy chairs and love seats and couches and stuff, and there's gonna be a TV and fridge, and we'll have a cool chill setup. I want to be able to do, all kinds of different events. I want to be able to do video premieres and little random jams, and just have like a cool hub, an indoor spot, place to hang out, just something to like kind of keep the scene going, moving forward. I'm not trying, obviously, I'm small potato, so we all know that there is an indoor facility in the Syracuse area. We don't need to name names, but
I mean, you can or you cannot. It doesn't really matter. But the point is, you're not really even trying to compete with that. Like that skate park.
Yeah, I can't.
They're actually a skate park. You're like, this is a workspace, but when you have downtime or you don't have projects going, then yeah, there's ramps in here too.
Right. So I just wanted to create a space that would be, an alternative to having to go, to the actual skate park in the area. It's like, sometimes you just want to, ride for 15 minutes. And like you said, you want to have a beer with the homie and like ride for 20 minutes and, keep it moving. It's like, otherwise you're paying whatever, I don't even know, whatever it is for a whole session. And it's like, you certainly aren't drinking or, and granted,
preferable that they're not drinking while they're sessioning here, but we all know what reality is.
I'm just talking in reality. And it's like, that's the other thing too, is like, I'm always, if people are here, I'm here, regardless. There's never going to be a time when I'm not going to be here if people are riding. I'll put it that way. But preferably not. But again, I want to have it a spot where people can actually like feel like they can enjoy themselves however they kind of want. So and people know me. People know I'm just an old grump anyway. So if you piss me off, you'll know. But, I want it to be, have more of a laid back vibe than having to commit to, venturing to a skate park, being there all day, having to go somewhere, to, do whatever kind of hijinks you're trying to get into. It's like, yeah, you can all hit the club, the No Worries Club first, and then, we can have it be what it's going to be. So, yeah, I mean, that's been quite a to-do. Just finding a suitable spot has proven to be a 2-year venture. Nothing about it is cheap. Nothing about it is easy. From the lease to the insurances, it just so. The other whole prong of this issue is whether, the people in the scene like it or not, whether the homies like it or not. I am going to be asking for some kind of donation for people to come ride. And right off the bat, I know there'll probably be people that are be like, oh, he's trying to make money off it. It's like, I can promise you, this space is always going to keep me in the red. Always. There's never going to be a month where I'm ahead here. So what I'm trying to do with asking the donations is all I'm going to do is limit how bad the hemorrhaging is and be able to extend the time when I can offer the ramps, before I have to use this space for something else that could potentially make more money, with my business. So, that all that stuff has kind of yet to be decided. And you and I have I've used you as kind of my mentor in this project. What should I be asking? How should I approach it? Is it better to do it a session by session, like donation, or should I give the option of maybe if you want to give me this amount for the whole year and I won't ask you until next year? But either way, if the people that are interested in riding here want to continue riding here, they kind of have to help me make that happen. I can't do it all myself. So there will be a suggested donation every time you want to come here and ride. So like I said, the only way to really know when and what and how and all the stuff is, as of right now, is just to stay tuned to the No Worries Crew Instagram, NWC BMX. I think that's the only social right now.
If I don't suck, I'll put that in the podcast description.
The people, and that's the thing too.
But I'm not promising that I don't suck.
I don't. Everyone that I think I would want to ride here initially already follows the Instagram, I would imagine anyway. I'm not necessarily looking in.
Yeah, you're not really trying to promote it.
Right, that's the thing. So this is just kind of piggybacking off of what I should say, all the homies past and present have been able to do with NWC. This is just kind of another phase of that project. I don't want to start a social media solely dedicated to the club because, again, I'm trying to fly somewhat under the radar with this project. So right now, NWC on Instagram is going to be your best bet to figure out when open ride sessions is going to be, what suggested donations is going to be, any other type of events, and that's pretty much going to be the way to figure that out. And that is going to be coming up pretty quick. I want to invite people to start riding here probably before the fall. I've had, as of the recording of this podcast, I've already had Alex Capalongo, longtime NWC homie, has already been here, and he has actually had a hand in building some stuff here, along with Tommy Beckman. Have both come up from Ithaca a couple times, and Tommy's welded up the 2 pole jams we got, and he's done some fabrication work here, and Alex as well has helped me do some of the ramps. So they've already both kind of done their walkthrough and gave me their questions, thoughts, and concerns. You got a chance to ride here today with about 120% humidity, so that session got cut a little short, but we are working still, I would say, on a little video with you that will be coming out at some point in the next few weeks. And yeah, I've already reached out to a couple other homies already that'll be coming in here that I want to ride it, kind of, have a one-on-one with the space and kind of give me their thoughts and opinions, and I want to do all kind of final tweaking on all that and try to cater to people as best I can. And at that point, like I said, sometime late summer, early fall, I'll be announcing officially kind of a rough schedule of when open ride sessions will be. I guess the only info about that I know right now that'll be certain is any open ride session is definitely going to be after 5 p.m. It'll probably be more of like a 5 to 9, could be a 5 to 10, something like that. I think will be how sessions pan out. Unless if it's like a Friday or a Saturday in the winter, maybe it goes past midnight if there's some kind of specific event or filming mission happening. Who knows? But I think it will be rare that it'll be before 5 p.m. But yeah, otherwise there'll be lots of information to be announced. Like I said, the space is kind of 75% up and running, and I got a lot of other little tweaks to do to the space. And like I said, I started my new corporation, which is Commercial Millwork. So I am all up and down the East Coast, doing cabinetry and trim work in a bunch of different hotel chains. So I'm on the road pretty consistently. So that kind of makes the opening date for this space kind of the can's kind of getting kicked down the road.
It's entirely feasible that it could never really pan out.
As I sit here now, yeah, that's possible. It could end up just being one homie every now and again. I'll call and be like, "Hey, you want to ride my ramps? They're just rotting away in the back of this warehouse." So, yeah. I mean, anything's possible. So
I mean, in a way, that would be ideal. From a business standpoint, if you were booked out down the East Coast, I mean, the winter doesn't matter as soon as you hit Virginia.
Sure enough. True enough. Yeah. So, yeah, if this was any more south, this idea would be way less feasible, or it would have to be I would have to go full in on an actual skate park to actually get people to even want to come sniffing. So, yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. It could be just a total flop. Maybe no one's down with it. I like the space regardless, so I got a spot no matter what. I'll be riding this winter for sure.
So that was the whole point of the ice house was, I'll back that up a little bit. Before we ever got our own space, I had approached the premier bike park in Pittsburgh at the time about the slightly unused space upstairs. About just let me use the space. Sure. I will buy all the materials. I will build all the ramps. Just make it a street room.
Yeah.
I don't even want to ride here for free. I just want to have something that's fun.
And somewhat control of the space.
Yeah, and their response was, eh.
Yeah.
I think there's an element of not taking the approach seriously, to be totally fair, right, about who's actually going to do that.
Yeah.
But then the response was, well, you can donate some money and we'll just build some ramps and put your name on it.
Yeah, but then you're giving up total control.
Well, and I said, I don't want a GrindWorks roller.
Yeah.
So the answer is a hard no. I'll just find a space and do it myself. And yeah, sure you will.
Right.
Well, I'm not.
Because, yeah, I mean, to be fair, from their standpoint, it's constant upkeep. Everything that you build is going to get the shit beat out of it every day. So it's constant upkeep. And are you going to be up to that task on your dime at that point? So
but constant upkeep doesn't necessarily apply as much as getting it built in the first place.
Sure.
Doing the work and getting it up. Because, yeah, it's a lot, but not if you put real angle iron on your ramps instead of composite decking.
Yeah, right.
And you build it with 3 plies and 6-inch stud spacing so that you're never going to have to rebuild these ramps.
Right. Which I will say here, to dovetail off that real quick, as a sidetrack, everything here, all grindable surfaces here are actually composite decking. Pretty much everything is at least a foot on center. All transitions and stuff are 8 inches on center. So everything here is built robust enough, but if everything here is kind of set up to be modular, it's very lightly kind of attached to walls and whatnot. I kind of want this space to kind of be a free-for-all. It's if you kind of envision it, you can make it happen. Now, I could sit here and tell you all the variety of ramps that we have here, but I'd much rather
can see them.
Right, like you said.
Oh my God! How many times am I going to drop this?
It's dead. Everything's dead.
It's dead. We have no more podcasts.
Is it dead for real?
No.
Oh. So I would invite everyone to just go.
It's just, I'm having a hard time seeing the battery meter, and I like to watch it because I don't use it all that often.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this one's kind of on the seat of our pants. Which is, hey man, that's how NWC rolls. I never know what the fuck's going on.
This has been this is the podcast at this point.
There it is. Yeah, so I would, if you want to get a good sneak peek at the park, which I've done some like teaser shots on Instagram, but more importantly, the video that we just did with Alex Capalongo actually is up on YouTube. It has been for, I think, 2 weeks now.
If I don't suck.
We'll put the link in. You'll put the link in. But in case the plethora of things that you have to keep in your head surmise that, just go follow the link that's on at NWCBMX on Instagram, and it'll take you to Alex's video, which is a good representation of how the ramps are set up currently. And again, everything is modular here. Everything can be moved around. 10-foot ramps are all jointed at 5 foot, or the couple of ramps we do have that are 10 foot wide are split at 5 feet. So those are all can be moved around in modular. So yeah, I think we did the best job that we could do with the space, and definitely excited to see what kind of hijinks comes down in here. But we're almost there. I know I've gotten a little bit of feedback on Instagram from a few people that are like, yo, and I've been, a bunch of people have texted me like, yo, let me get a stab at it. What's going on with that place? And it's all coming. I'm eager, but I want to make sure everything has to be 100% because it could turn into a shit show pretty quick. So I'm just taking my time with it.
Well, that, and when you start, like you said, you got to charge something for it. And
I got to get something. Yeah.
If you're charging and it doesn't feel ready, then it's hard to get people to come back. Like, oh, why am I going to pay that?
Yeah, sure enough.
But like, whatever. I mean,
and like you said, it's like if people, it's not going to hurt my feeling. Like if people aren't into it, they aren't into it, and this is my personal space. Then I'm fucking down. I'm down with it. I built it to what I think will be fun for me too as well. So it's like, at the end of the day, this doesn't break me having this space necessarily, but it will definitely help with the duration of the time I'm able to offer this. So it's kind of, I don't want to make it sound dramatic, but as far as the ramps everyone being able to ride these ramps, it's like kind of up to them. If people consistently come here and want to like donate and put in on it, dude, I'll break my back for it. I'll keep building. I'll stay here every night and redo stuff and build whatever people think is going to get their nut the best. So yeah, so that's pretty much eaten up all my free time. Building all the stuff here has literally kept me completely off of my bike basically almost all year as at this point. I've gotten out and had a handful of sessions at, out and around, about Syracuse, but like I said, I've been on the road a lot for work. A little bit of free time I have here, I'll spend building, and also my wife and I have our camper trailer up at River Forest in Weedport, which we usually spend the weekends there. I said Weedport, it's Weedsport.
Minor detail.
And so that's basically having a second home that I completely have to keep up with everything there too. So
it's like having 3 homes, really.
There's always something. I mean, this is getting to the point where it's at cruising altitude. But yeah, I mean, this was just a total blank space. I mean, we had to go and buy this steel racking like secondhand, and I mean, it was a total blank canvas. So yeah, everything's coming along. So Yeah, that's kind of the main thing. That's basically the big reason why I wanted to invite you up here was to ride, do a little bit of filming, and then kind of explain the whole process and how I want to proceed with this space, because it's pretty much been my main baby, my big focus the past 6 to 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess dovetailing off of that, we're doing a whole revamp of NWC as a whole. And I guess the main thing, we're doing the No Worries Bike Club. That's kind of the hallmark of it. But we're doing a huge merch drop with, everything, everything you can think of. A handful of t-shirt designs, couple long sleeve shirt designs. In the fall, there's going to be hoodies. Pretty quick here, there's going to be dad caps and beanies. I think there's beer koozies. A whole bunch of other little freebie stuff. Keychains and stickers and all that usual stuff, but that was another huge commitment, because I don't know if anyone's gotten any merch made up recently, but it is, and I know you know exactly where it's at. You actually referred me to the company that's actually making all my stuff now. Actually, you referred me to them, and it actually made it a lot more feasible for me to do a bigger drop.
That's good. I was going to ask, because I haven't ordered too much from them recently, where the pricing fell. It doesn't have to be number-wise, but, was it substantially different than what we initially saw with your other vendor?
It was, I would say...
Because it should have been almost half, based on what I've done in the past.
From what the deal that I originally had set up with a random internet company, it was probably 30% cheaper. I don't think it was quite half, but it was certainly good enough for me. So I didn't save any money. I actually ended up spending more money, but I got way more. And I actually added a whole nother shirt design.
Cool.
I got 50 or so of just an extra shirt design, because I was like, well, I'm already neck deep in it. I'm
yeah.
So that's a whole other can of worms that I haven't figured out. I don't know. I'm going to do some kind of online lookbook. Again, I'm stupid. I don't know how I'm going to do that online or whatever, but
we can talk about this offline, but I can show you what I use as my store.
Sure.
Or you can just put it on my store if you want to.
Yeah, I welcome all that. Maybe that's the route forward. Who knows?
Because the one, I know, Big Cartel back in the day was the premier online store, and they might still be.
That's what
But they charge to have certain number of items on there.
Yeah, see.
And I use Store Envy right now, and I can put as many different items on there as I want to.
As opposed to Big Cartel.
Yeah, and it's free unless I want it tied to a URL. Instead of storeenvy.com/GrindWorks.
So how do they make money?
They take a couple % cut off the final sale.
All right. Yeah. So that all works. We actually, NWC started in 2010, and we had the Big Cartel. Yeah, we used Big Cartel from 2010 to 2013 or 14, something like that. And all we had in the web store was the first 2 DVDs. That's just what I used to sell the DVDs online, but we switched to all online releases after 20. See, now I don't remember. You're going to have to listen to the first podcast where we went through all that. We did 2 physical DVDs and 2 online mixtapes. So, yeah, I think the first mixtape was 2011 or 12 or 13. I can't remember now. The first 2 DVDs must have come out pretty quick then. It must have been 2010 and 2011, and I think 2012 into 2013 was the first. It was 2013 because I remember I lived in Liverpool at those apartments, and I remember editing on that computer in Liverpool. So yeah, it was ever since 2013, everything has been just an online release. That seems to be just the way forward. So yeah, so we're doing a big merch drop.
I mean, you could always do like a limited run on DVDs if you wanted to, but I don't know. Were you self-burning or were you getting them pressed?
The very first No Worries Crew DVD were I did all the duplication. The second one we got done, but then we self-made all the packaging and everything was all done. I know my buddy Kevin did the DVD case cover for the second one, and then we just like spray painted the first one. It was just in a paper like slim jewel case or whatever. But those, I still have hundreds of both. So I'm just giving them away with like, if anyone orders anything moving forward, it's like, I am so sick of, I've moved these boxes 10 times in the past 15 years. So I'm just giving anything I can think to give away. I'm giving away old stickers, DVDs. I just need to get rid of all this, all the stuff.
So I made a mistake it's not really a mistake, but I used to have stickers on my web store for free.
Right. Yeah, that's
like,
rough.
Like if you want free stickers, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like it's only costing me an envelope and a stamp. Not a big deal. I want people to have the stickers, right? And then
you would think that's good PR.
Well, it was, but what ended up happening was people would go on the store, and as many as I had in inventory, they would order like 100.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, like I'm giving you a free sticker or maybe 2, right? But like, you can't just empty my inventory out. You're a dick.
Yeah. Or be like, all right, you type it up. It's like the first 2 are free. You're paying for 98. Like, whatever it is. Yeah.
So I forget what I changed that to. It's like,
yeah,
they're $1 a piece with free shipping or something.
Like that stuff. Like I said, like the key.
And I'll get like anyone that buys something gets a sticker anyway. Well, it used to. I don't really have any anymore. I'm so behind on merch because I didn't know what I was doing. From the time I moved from Pittsburgh back to Binghamton, it was like everything went into storage. Costs for things were all out of hand.
Right.
Like, when am I going to settle, and am I going to even carry this on?
Right. Yeah, I know. You were Pittsburgh and then to Vestal. Didn't have a home in Vestal for a while.
Everything was in storage.
Vestal.
So, every once in a while, I would get an order for something. And it was like, I got to go down to the storage unit and get these things.
Yeah.
Like, thank you, but, that sucks so bad.
Right, so, so keychains and stickers and all that little incidental stuff, I'm not even going to put in the website. That stuff is just free regardless with,
it's like jam giveaways and whatever.
Yeah, it's not even worth, it's not, because I have like 8 different, I'm not putting every sticker I have on the website. So all that stuff, is all incidental. But, so yeah, there's a big merch drop coming. Like I said, there's going to be something for everybody. And hopefully, I want to get together with maybe Tommy, or I want to shoot like a nice, a nice kind of classy looking lookbook. End of summer, fall. I don't know. I don't even really know. I just recently green lighted the order of merch, so I'm in line, but they didn't give me, certainly they didn't give me like any hard date of, when they're going to be able to get all that stuff together.
They're usually pretty fast over there. Like,
right. And I told them I'm just gonna go pick it up, because they're like, yeah, we could ship it all out, but I was like, I'd rather just.
What are they, 40 minutes south?
Exactly. So I was like, I'll just go pick it all up. So that also kind of ties into the whole NWC revamp. It's kind of a two-pronged thing. The NWC club and the big merch drop, and hopefully kind of those two things. And again, I can't stress enough, and you as well know this, I am losing money on merch every time. I'm gonna probably, if I sold every single piece of clothing, which there's no way in hell that's going to happen, I would
make like a little bit.
I'd make like $200 on thousands of dollars of merch. So that's not the point of it. Again, the point is to be, NWC is a thing. We exist in Syracuse. We're still here for the core riders that still want to do it. It's for the homies. That's always been our thing. We're just kind of a bunch of knuckleheads just trying to survive. So, I kind of walked away from it for a little bit. Tommy kind of took it over for a little bit, and he did a pretty, good job with it for a while. Then we were both kind of doing it, and now I've kind of somewhat grabbed and I still heavily rely on Tommy and you and Alex and, the opinions of a lot of the core people to, proceed forward with it. But I kind of just felt motivated this year to kind of grab the reins and just kind of do something with it. And maybe it's all just going to be a piss waste of money. Very well could be. But it's something that I just want to do regardless. So it's been a cool, fun project. I got a lot of different things going on in my life. So getting out and riding every day, certainly, whether I want to admit it or not, is on a list of 10 things. Getting out and riding every day is 11. That's just, life takes hold. But I absolutely refuse to just put it all by the wayside. So even if I'm not on my bike riding every day, I'm going to keep doing NWC for as long as it's fun and people are into it. I'll keep, mixing it up and being in the scene and, doing what I can for the bike scene in the area, which I think is just as positive for me as, getting out and doing feebles on 1 foot high ledges every day.
Yeah, I was thinking your ramps are a little tall in here, but I didn't want to say it earlier.
Hey man, there's a couple dudes that want to jump, so yeah, I know. So yeah, that was pretty much the big thing that I wanted to bring you up here and chat about, was just the NWC revamp and what's just been generally going on. And I don't know if you remember, also I said I wanted to do a thing where, because I didn't anticipate my little spiel taking up a whole ton of time, although you did mention that you have 27 hours of record time, so we can keep this motherfucker rolling.
You can just go and go and go.
But I figure I could flip it back to you a little bit, and we could do our.
It'd be really funny is to just have the podcast be posted and have whatever 27 hours, the remainder of it be dead space, but uploaded as a 27-hour podcast.
Dude, the world is your oyster home. So if you're trying to get down, that would be a GrindWorks thing to do, wouldn't it? So I'm down. Yeah, just do that. Just throw it up there.
Then I need for some reason at the 22 and a half hour mark, everyone needs to skip to that point so that I get a most watched part on YouTube, so people think there's something there, but there's not.
Or at at 25 hours, it's just audio of me walking in here, turning on a saw for 10 seconds and then walking out. Yeah, whatever it takes. I'm all about it. I'm all about the hijinks. So yeah, no, I was thinking we
There's
could
actually
do
a secret bonus edit at 23 hours.
Yeah, dude, don't tell nobody. FBI's listening too. We could do our
Roz double backflip to the pyramid.
Mount Everest. Better watch the heater.
That was the heater.
That's the heater. The only one that's come close to that is Alex, and even he has that too close. That's why we strategically
you're landing flat if you're going close to that.
Right, which
So,
he was literally like giraffe necking it to try to see, and I was like, nah, you're still 2 feet from it. But that's kind of why we aligned that the way it is.
Yeah,
It's like you can't really get to it from either direction. But yeah, no. I was thinking we could do our Mount Everest of A, B, and C topics, or
Yeah, we can do that.
top fives, whatever.
But you mentioned the revamp.
Correct.
So, like, we talked about the history of No Worries Crew the last time, but I don't think we necessarily got into like the fact that it's come and gone a handful of times, and like, I mean, even your riding goes kind of hand in hand with that, because you take breaks that are, a full year you may not ride. You might be, spending a lot of time hiking or kayaking or like some other interests that you have.
Or hanging off of a rooftop somewhere. Yeah. No, yeah, I mean, that's pretty true. I go through phases of motivation, and I've just kind of accepted that that's just how the future is going to be for me. I'll get caught up in a lot of different things, and dude, I mean, the riding, it just takes a hit. That's all there is to it. And there was probably maybe like 4 or 5 years ago when I would be like, fuck, man, like I'm not riding again today. But now I'm just like, it comes back. I don't even worry about it now. And now, especially now, it's going to be, it's never going to be easier for me to ride.
Yeah,
so,
it doesn't have to be a mission now, which is nice. Like,
right.
you could do 15, 20 minutes, and you still rode your bike, and you still had fun, and you still whatever. And then, okay, whatever. You don't ride for the rest of the week, but you got 20 minutes in. It
did get me thinking. We were chatting just before we started recording here that I filmed forever. I filmed for like 3 years. That last video that came out that I did with Tommy. Well, a bunch of people filmed it, but Tommy and I edited it. Mostly Tommy. And Tommy would know better, but I think that was... See, now I can't remember. I think that might have been just before COVID or right at the beginning. I think it was just before COVID. Yeah, I think it was just before COVID. I think it was 2019. It was fall of 2019 that we wrapped that thing up. And that was like the last really big project that I did that, was anything. And I did, I kept pretty much kind of riding every now and again, like 2020, 21, 22. I was kind of riding on and off. Not doing anything too serious, but definitely consistently riding quite a bit. And then 2023 was the year I started my new corporation. And 2023, I didn't step on my bike once for easily over a year. Basically, all of 2023, right up to 2024, realistically, right up until maybe 4 months ago, I hadn't touched my bike at all. So it was 2023. It was a total wash. And then, then I started to miss it again. And that's just a cycle. I'll start thinking about it. I'm like, all right, yeah, like I want to get back on it. And, I'll start, working on my bike and getting it ready. And then the opportunity, I was like, I'm going to need a bigger boat to kind of operate my business. So I was looking for a spot already. And then it became this two-pronged thing where I was just like, oh, now I can actually, like, dude, this is like the dream. So we made it happen. And, but, I mean, yeah, long-winded. But to go back to your original observation that, yeah, my, it seems like it's not consistent, but I actually am consistent with how the phases of my life go in my riding.
Yeah.
It's like 2 years on, year off-ish. It's it's not for one thing or the other. Sometimes I'm just like too beat up. I mean, I've ridden without a left ACL for 10 years. I've just learned to fucking deal with it. And sometimes it's I can't pedal. Like I can't even pedal. Say nothing about bunny hopping or doing wall splats. So, that's one thing. Or it's because I'm in Boston, I'm in Delaware, I'm in North Carolina, I'm in whatever. Like so
I used to always say I'd rather take my bike on all those trips. Like I'd rather have it with me and not have time to ride it.
Yep.
Than have time to ride it and not have it with me.
Which is exactly what I just did.
Inevitably, like there's always a little bit of time, even if you're...
If you want it, there's always time, yeah.
Yeah. So I used to do that so hardcore, but some of the more recent trips I've been on have been like flying. And I have a bike bag for the airlines, and I can do that.
Right.
But when I'm flying out on a Monday and flying back Wednesday night or Thursday, and I'm going to be like doing all this stuff, it's like, man, even if I have the time, I have to assemble it.
Right. So you got the half hour to like put your bike together for a 3-hour session.
Which is totally worth it. I'm not saying it's not worth it.
If the spot's worth it specifically too. If you're like, yo, I don't know when I'm going to be able to ride this.
But it's just fallen off. It's become less of a priority because it's like, man, am I going to take it with me? Now, if I drive somewhere, it is in the car no matter what.
Yeah.
Now, I had a trip earlier this year. I drove from here to Binghamton to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I had to pick up equipment in Pittsburgh. I drove from Pittsburgh to South Carolina for a meeting.
Uh-huh.
And then technically I had nothing from that Thursday until the following Monday. And it was Swamp Fest weekend.
Oh.
And I'm like, I should
I'm
do
like
this.
I'm like I'm halfway there.
But, oh, no, it was a Wednesday, the meeting. So still nothing till the following Monday.
Sure.
And then I'm like, all right, I've got a customer I can see in Alabama on Thursday. So I go down to Alabama and I meet that customer, and that meeting gets cut kind of short. And then I'm like, okay, do I go down to Florida?
You're like, no.
Because the catch was I needed to be in Houston Monday. And I'm like, dude, if I go down to Florida, that is a freaking hike to get back there for Monday.
Well, it takes 3 days to drive through Texas.
So I'm like, all right, well, I might. I just haven't decided. So I got a hotel, and then like my coworker's like, hey, I talked to so-and-so yesterday out in New Orleans, and you can get a lunch meeting or a dinner meeting with them on Friday if you can be there. So I'm like, I mean, of course I can be there, and that's halfway to where I'm going anyway. So like, realistically, it makes sense. Plus, you and I talked about Swamp Fest earlier.
Yeah.
I went last year. It's not my scene.
Yeah.
So even though I was close,
And
I'm
I know
like,
it's sacrilege to say that because it's, the greatest DIY event that, is it DIY anymore? That's, but.
I mean, kind of, but
yeah,
it's a big production.
And I appreciate it. I every time, just like we said, every time I watch the highlight reels every year, like clockwork, every year, I'm like, next year I'm gonna make it happen. And then every time your story is just like, I know 40 different people that I've talked to individually that have all been there, and they're like, it's cool, man. It's could be, if you're into it, it's probably worth the trip to go there. But they go, there's very little riding to kind of be had, and they go, it's turned up to 100 all day, all night. So it's like, if you're not raging, trying to party, they go,
Yeah, it was not my scene. But when I did go, so I'm gonna interject that story with when I did go.
Right.
I was supposed to close on my house.
Oh, it was that year. Yeah.
So, all right, we're supposed to close on my house on Friday. And they called me Thursday morning and they said, we're not closing tomorrow. There's some legal issue. The guy didn't actually own the house he was trying to sell because they never settled the estate.
Yeah.
So his dead father still owned it.
It was in his name still.
Yeah. So they had to settle the estate before we could close. So, Thursday morning, they're like, well, you're not closing on that house tomorrow. And I'm like, well, my whole plan this weekend, was written off to get in the house and do some basic stuff.
Right. So
my weekend is, completely free.
Right.
What am I doing? And I just, it's Swamp Fest weekend, and in no possible way will this make sense if I try to figure out the logistics for going. Or I could just go home, pack a bag, and leave. Right now. And that's what I was like, okay, I love last minute. Last minute's my thing.
Right.
Planning something, not so much. But
because the plan usually changes on top of that, and that's how you get bummed out.
Well, also planning a trip, then you're thinking about the trip ahead of time. And I got to do this, I got to do that, this thing needs to happen. Not if you just freaking wing it.
Yeah.
So that worked out awesome.
Yeah.
To just wing it and drive down and drive back.
And you just went solo.
Heck yeah, I didn't have any time to even try to talk to people.
Yeah. Which, again, that's my style too. I do tons of solo. I can drive coast to coast, not even listening to the radio, which most people think makes me a serial killer. I can drive for hours and hours. I'm just solo. I'm just fine. I'm just good with it. I'm good on the road.
The other thing was I talked to one person that I knew was going. So I'm like, yo, I'm actually driving. Last minute, I know I told you I had no chance that I was going to this, but I'm going.
Like I said,
then I pulled in. I got through the gate and I got a text message. It's like, did you just pull into Swamp Fest? From Brant.
Yeah.
He's like, I saw your car and I thought there's no way that was you, but.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's the one plus, like I'd said, about going there is you are going to run into 30 people that you know. So that's the one big thing where I would just like to go and not even tell anyone or just go and just show up.
Yeah.
And that would be cool. But is that really enough for me to want to drive the 17, 18 hours?
Listen, don't think about it.
It's if you want to do it, do it.
Just check your calendar and go, I'm going.
Yeah. Well, it's coming up in February, so.
Yeah. Just
I said,
make no other plans and then don't think about the logistics of it. If you want to check it out, don't think about the logistics of it. Just wing it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I would never say never to, pretty much most things, but
You could pull the Ohio scene move. Don't even drive. Fly down on like Spirit. Okay?
it's like Spirit or Allegiant, take your pick.
And rent a U-Haul when you get there and park it on site and hang your hammock in the back.
There you go.
They had one U-Haul that they probably put 20 miles on to get from the U-Haul store to the site.
Yeah, right.
And like 6 or 7 people hung hammocks in the back, and that was it.
Just like the old slave ships, just stack them up. Yeah. So I'm always down, definitely for for all the hijinks and the experience and whatnot. But at the same time, a lot of that stuff I do is like generally solo. It's just I do fine. With like a big big crowd of homies. That's all well and fun and has its time and place, but if the mission is to actually ride and be productive and do filming and accomplish something, I'm hardly ever productive in a crowd.
Well, the upside
for
for you is that you're a 6 a.m. rider.
That's where
So you can be at Swamp Fest and you'll have the park to yourself for like 2 hours.
Or they'll still be partying from last night.
Yeah, but that's not riding.
I don't know if we talked about this on the last podcast or not, but I have been an advocate and I've been campaigning for the between 5 and 6 a.m. sessions in the summertime for a long time. Dude, the world is dead. You can go anywhere. You can ride anything. People are like, oh, why would you do that? It's like, if you want to get stuff done, man, that's the time. Because even a lot of times...
A lot of the big places don't have overnight security.
Right. Or post 5 p.m., yeah, sure, the businesses might be closed, but the streets don't shut down. That's rush hour. So there's traffic everywhere. It's like, there's no traffic, businesses are closed. Occasionally you'll run into security that early, but now I will say, I haven't had a 5 a.m. session probably in 5 years, but I will still campaign for it forever. 18, and into my early 20s, years riding, we would mob the city at, 10, 11, midnight, and there's only so much you can like really feasibly do and accomplish. Otherwise,
you can't see.
Yeah, you're just being thugs out riding, which is that cool. It's got its place too. But
you don't get judged as a thug at 5 a.m.
That's right. You're just studi. You'd be surprised though. You'll get people be looking at you like, what the fuck is this? Fucking 280-pound kid on this little kid's bike jumping off this wall in the back of a Walmart. Like, yeah, that doesn't look weird or anything at 5 in the morning.
Stop jumping into our cellar door. We're trying to sleep.
My poor cellar door. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I mean, it's been quite a journey. Yeah, no, but, so yeah, like you say, maybe if I actually do want to turn some tracks at Swamp Fest, 5 a.m. session, we'll have to come back. But
5 a.m. at Swamp Fest is really a party, I think.
That's full commitment.
But, all right, so I didn't go. But I went to that meeting in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. Then drove from there out to Houston. Oh, no, I stayed... What the heck? I must have gotten out on Thursday and driven to that meeting in New Orleans.
Nolans.
And then drove a little ways further to Louisiana, New Orleans is Louisiana. Where the heck did I stay? Further into Louisiana.
Into the deep, deep south.
And then had a Friday morning meeting at a vendor that we work with. Mm-hmm. And then drove to Houston. And then Saturday morning, I'm like, dude, I hit up James Weston. I'm like, yo, I'm going to come out to Austin.
You drove farther away from the fest, actually.
Yeah.
by going to Houston.
Well, but Houston's where I needed to be Monday.
Right.
So I'm like, all right, I'm going to go out to Austin and ride with James tomorrow on Saturday. And I woke up and felt like garbage. I felt like crap all weekend long down there, like sick. And then...
Dude, being on the road will do that.
I'm like, I just need, like, I can't feel like this Monday, though. So I need to, like, just, if I'm going to be sick, I got to be sick now. I can't try to tough through it. Right. So felt better Monday, went and did my demonstration, which the whole point of this trip was that demonstration in Houston. That's why I picked up equipment in Pittsburgh. But, I mean, I left on a Monday, and now it's Monday again, and I'm in Houston. So I go do that demonstration, and then they're like, oh, the one salesperson down there is sick, and we have a vendor coming in that's supposed to travel with her the next couple of days. Can you stay? So I ended up just staying in Houston and going with this vendor to different customers, like we sell for them, with them kind of thing. And then I broke off from him, and I'm getting like requests for quote from different customers that I've never worked with before in my email, and I'm like, they're in Houston. Like calling them up, I'm like, do you just have time to talk about this today? So I'd like drive 45 minutes and then meet with this customer. I got 2 of them in the same day.
Damn.
So I went and saw a couple places in Houston.
Now, are you like doing like sales stuff?
Sales and engineering. And quality. I'm like the
quality control
trifecta.
Right.
Then drove to Tennessee and had dinner at my one boss's house. One of them lives in Houston. One of them lives in Tennessee.
There you go.
And then the main headquarters are in Pittsburgh. Go figure.
Go figure.
So had dinner there and then hit the road a little ways and then went back to Pittsburgh, dropped the equipment off, and then drove back to Binghamton. So I was gone like 2 weeks and some change.
That would make me sick.
And I'm thinking I didn't ride the bike at all in any of that. Probably in Pittsburgh. I bet I went to Boyce or something and met some friends quick.
Yeah, right. No, yeah, I went down to about 3 weeks ago, which I actually still have to go back late summer, early fall. I'm doing all the trim work in a Staybridge Suites in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. And you mentioned that it's like wherever I go, I just like keep the bike with me. And that was one of the first work trips in a couple of years where I was like, dude, I looked into it. I go, there's like 3 concrete plazas within 40 minutes of the hotel I booked. I'm just gonna keep my bike in there, and I was there for like 2 weeks. My bike didn't move out of the truck, and say nothing about like riding and stuff. That was like 3 weeks ago when there was like the East Coast heat wave. So it was 100 or a couple degrees above 100. 10 out of the 14 days I was down there. So I was like, that ain't happening. And so every other day I just hung out at the beach and stuff. So it was still, it still worked out. But like you said, it's like it still makes me feel, it makes me feel like I'm going in the right direction, keeping my head in the place it should be by at least having my bike on me. It's like now I care enough to actually like have the option again, because it's like I do want to ride. Yeah. But I'm not as hard. 10 years ago, I'd been like, I don't give a fuck about 100 degrees. Like, I'm still going to feeble that ledge. Now I'm just like, do I really want to feeble that ledge in 100-degree heat? That's like, I say the same thing.
Dude, but I do like the same stuff. There's a period of time where I was like, do I really, like, I don't want to just do, handrails was the one. But it was like, I don't really feel like just doing that handrail just to do the handrail. Like, You know, I've done handrails. I
there
can.
was a long time when I did think like that. I was like, I see it. I have to make myself do it because I have to keep working.
So I was like looking for the ones that I like really wanted, like a setup that was cool.
Right.
And Brad was like, I hop on every rail I see. The point is,
he's psycho.
Like, well, but hop on every rail you ride past. Because
that's full commitment.
Well, but he's not like the death ones, but like large flat rails and small handrails. Like, just do them.
Yeah.
And then he's like, the thing is, if you don't do them all the time and then you roll up to the right spot, you're not ready.
Right. You have to make it be like, I don't care. Like this'll go down.
Well, like I hop on rails like this all day long. It doesn't really matter. It's not the. And now I'm like, I roll up to something and I'm like, man, when's the last time I hopped on a rail? I don't know. It ain't pretty, let me tell you that. But we just had that Buffalo Jam last weekend.
My last rail was in 2021.
Yeah.
No. My last rail was in 2018, filming for that video that came out just before COVID.
So we were in Buffalo and like we're riding some spots and they clear out this cool hubba ledge spot. They were calling it like Jim C hubbas or something like that.
Oh, in Buffalo?
Yeah, under the bridge.
Yep.
So
Buffalo's a dope city to ride.
So everyone's sessioning that and then it's like, all right, we're gonna move on, and I'm like, cool. And then I like circled back. I'm like, dude, how often do you get to ride a good hubba? Like, at least go feeble that thing. And I'm just thinking like, dude, I don't even know the last time I feebled a real hubba.
Yep.
So I had to just circle around. I'm like, don't look at it. It's just a feeble grind. You used to do this at like Boyce every single day on that down the stairs hubba.
Every day.
So like, obviously it was easy and felt good, but I'm like, dude, like how many simple, fun things have you missed out on just being like, meh?
Yeah.
And then I relate it back to like when you're driving spot to spot instead of riding spot to spot. Like, how many things did you used to hit and do? And like,
yeah.
that spot's fun, but like I'd never stop to unload my bike to ride it.
No, we talked about that before recording too. I was telling you that the last, certainly, like the last big video project I did, none of those clips were filmed on a session. None of them. They were all specific missions at between 5 and 8 in the morning, depending on the day of the week and the spot. I would drive to the spot, spend 5 minutes sweeping it up, whatever I had to do, put the tripod up, because that's the other caveat too, to doing the 5 a.m. sessions. You're not asking any of the homies to come film you. That ship sailed. There ain't no one that's going to go
I think I'm the only one that might have gone out with you and ridden and filmed at 5 or 6.
If I set it up a few days, I said, I need to do this thing at 5 in the morning, I know I could have convinced you to come do it.
Well, I know we did at like Blue Ledges in Pittsburgh.
Oh, shit, that's right. That was early as fuck. And it
wasn't even daylight yet.
It didn't even need to be that early.
We were there, I think, a full hour before the sun cracked.
Yeah, that's my shit. I love that. I love it.
Because you're like loose and warmed up and ready at that point.
I don't even think that spot we needed to be there that early.
Heck no.
But I was just like, I want to, because I told you, I was like, well, I'm going to go break out on my own. And you're like, I'll go. Like, I'll go with you and film if you want. And I was like, but I would never make anyone do that because it's fucking ridiculous. And I realized that. But, so yeah, I would just tripod my stuff most of the time, do my thing. Maybe I got it, maybe I didn't, whatever. If it took me more than like an hour and I didn't get it, I would be like, all right, I have to go shower, get cleaned up, and go to work. So, that is shot. And that's how I filmed that whole last video. It was all work usually. I will say the video, that same last video, my buddy Johnny Peluso. I did that roof drop off of and people in Syracuse will know this, the old DeGiulio's building on Burnett Ave. I did that like roof drop, and I called him the night before because he worked somewhere overnight, and he finished at like 7 a.m. So I like set it up with him to like come film this thing super early, and he like helped me like put the ladder up and all that. So yeah, between that filming you did with me in Pittsburgh and Johnny filming that roof drop for me in Syracuse, those were the only times ever that I've had people film me early in the morning. Almost all of my footage, easily the past 10 years, has almost all been tripod footage, which is whatever and also sucks. At best, it's whatever. At worst, it sucks. It's never awesome to have tripod footage. It's cool to have a second angle tripod, but almost all my videos are all tripod, which I realize isn't effective as it could be, but I'd rather just be able to film when I want, how I want. And
you could just GoPro chest cam yourself from now on. All POV street videos.
Yeah, Billy Perry just cruising the streets of Syracuse. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm going to crack out another filming project here, just something small. I want to, like I was telling you, I guess, before we were recording, I have a loose idea that every couple of months, maybe quarterly, something like that, I want to put out like a short video here of a different member of the squad, kind of mimicking, I think, the baker, they would call it like the Baker's Dozen. It would be like
13 clips.
Yeah, Nathan Williams, Baker's Dozen. I remember one of the ones that stuck out to me was the Jeremiah Smith and what's the tall guy with the blonde hair? Jeremiah Smith, and they both rode for GT. Rob Wise.
Okay.
They did one that was bonkers. There's a couple of them that stick out. So that's loosely kind of my inspiration for what I want to do here. Again, shines light on the core dudes that are still riding here, and also sheds light on the spot and the greater project I'm trying to do with NWC. So it's kind of an all-inclusive thing. And then maybe there'll be people hanging out here where I won't have to tripod my footage anymore. We shall see. But
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want.
You could get really creative and like set up zip lines and like let your phone like slide along the park with you.
Or I wanna. It could be cool to like just get random things in here as props. Like, are you familiar with that skate video, Cheese and Crackers?
Yeah.
I take a lot of inspiration from that. It's like, I want to like do some stuff in here where we can get freaky with the props. Mm-hmm. Just do all kinds of wild stuff. Like Daywan's one of my favorite skateboarders, so I watch all the stuff that he does. And certainly Cheese and Crackers is by far, I grew up skateboarding, before I stepped foot on a bike. So I was already, aware and already kind of worshipped Daywan early on. And then when he teamed up with, what's the other guy that's in Cheese and Crackers? Oh, that's bad.
I think I know who you're talking about. The long hair dude, right?
Yeah, there's people screaming at YouTube right now that I can't remember the other guy's name.
It's okay. Should we look this one up? I mean,
it's killing me. You're gonna have to. It's Daywan and
because he's got a Chris Haslam. I don't have to look it up.
Yep.
I don't have to look it up. Yep. I saved it.
I'm very impressed. So,
well, because he had a really awesome section in almost round 3 as well.
Dude, everything Chris has done, because he's got that blend of like ultra new school tech, but wacky old school stuff, and it just blends them into the same line. It's like, and Daywan's kind of similar, but Daywan's actually, He's like still like inventing flip tricks, which I didn't even think was possible still, but apparently that's still a thing. But yeah, cheese and crackers is another one that I'm like, dude, if I had my own spot, like where I could just go bananas, just building absurd setups, that, and then another, and this could maybe or maybe not be controversial, but I fully endorse and back and take a lot of inspiration from Mike Mastroni building spots. I love it. I support it. I want a piece of it.
So, all right, you wanted to talk about something. Let's do, what is street?
Oh, yeah, you said you were going to crack this on me. What is street? The simplest and most unanswerable question on earth. What is street? What is riding street?
Well, because I think it's deceivingly easy to say what riding trails is.
It's somewhat it can be.
It's seemingly easy to say what riding park is.
Kind of.
But like,
what is street?
You know, because people have like this purist mentality of like, don't wax it and don't spot mod. And if at some point it becomes not street anymore. So at what threshold is it no longer street? Because like, is sweeping the gravel no longer street?
Did you just put crack filler in the sidewalk to like, yeah. So it's like.
And then you got like, Zack Gerber and his crew will go, and they may pour a whole extra slab of a concrete sidewalk. But for him, I know he had
I have to stop you right there before I forget. Hold that. Don't lose your train of thought. But I need to dovetail off that real quick. I have talked about this many times. I think Zack Gerber is probably the most singly underrated street rider of all time. The shit that he's done and nobody talks about him is fucking insane. How is he not the biggest rider in the world? He's a goddamn maniac.
Because he speaks his mind.
I know.
And BMX isn't politics.
They ain't ready for that. He is who he is. He's got all the pro gun stuff, and it's like, people ain't vibing that. I know why.
Yeah, but I mean, he made some people angry before that too, where it was hard for him to get anything.
But, dude, I can't believe there's a few people that should be our Mount. We should do that. We should visit that. Our Mount Rushmore of. So you already have one of mine. I think he might be number one on my Mount Rushmore. It's like, how is this dude not in the conversation every day? But anyway, you were saying.
So he had an interview on one of the Imprimatur podcasts with Mike Hinkins. Mm-hmm. And he was talking about it, and it's like, you have to make it look natural. Laying a sheet of plywood down.
Lazy.
Doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But, like that. And then, landing in the grass. Like, if there's a rail hop and you could do it into a concrete bank, or right on the other side you do it into grass, like, well, going into grass is cheating.
I don't believe in the grass
but
thing.
Otherwise, but if there's an equivalent setup,
then
the grass is kind of lame.
It's like,
but if the spot doesn't exist otherwise, then why would you not do it just because it's the grass?
Right. If
all things considered, it's equivalent.
Yeah. I will say, though, landing into grass, depending on the setup and the trick you're doing, landing in grass just sucks as far as, like, visually and how it feels.
Yeah.
A lot of time. Unless you're just jumping some insane gap and you're going 40 miles an hour, maybe grass doesn't matter. But for the type of riding that I and probably you do, where you're, like, spinning out of a grind and landing going 2 miles an hour, it's like landing in grass it sucks.
Yeah, it's not very fun.
It's like... So, yeah, but either way, in general, my policy is, and we're still getting to what street is. I haven't forgot that.
Yeah.
But my general policy is, I don't give a fuck about grass. It's fucking freestyle riding. I don't care.
So
land in grass, dude. Like, do it. Like, Do you want to make rules like that shit's corny?
So I think from a progression standpoint, we can generally agree, like the ultra purist would still allow you to sweep the gravel out of the way and move the trash can that's blocking the ledge because someone put it there, right?
Sure.
Now,
yeah, but do you hop over the bum, or do you make the bum move?
To the anti-waxers out there.
All right, let's address that.
If you show up to a skate spot, like an existing spot, do you ride the waxed part of the ledge or the unwaxed part?
Me personally, I ride whatever I want because I generally, if I ride
I might grind the unwaxed part, but like as a general rule of thumb, if there's a spot and it's already exists and it's waxed, are you going to ride the waxed part of the ledge or the unwaxed part of the ledge?
Whatever
Most people.
Yeah.
They're going to ride the waxed part of the ledge, which means that your entire argument is based on laziness.
Yeah, right. Sure.
That you're too lazy to wax a ledge and you just wish the skaters did it already.
Yeah, okay. Right.
So waxing a ledge is, I mean, it doesn't make sense when you see people like put in a lot of work and brick rub something for a one hit.
I mean,
unless you can't do it otherwise.
But then you got people like, Dakota Roach, it's like, who are like specifically like on a mission to.
I think I'm going to go back to Gerber's podcast on Imprimatur, and I think his comment was, if it makes it easier, it's not okay. If it makes it possible, now we're having a different conversation.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. I mean, yes, but that goes back to where I started with Mike Mastroni. He builds spots that make things possible.
Right.
Think of the stuff that he's built. The stuff that he does is impossible.
I have a point where I'm kind of going with this conversation, and it'll get to that.
Okay.
So I agree with the making things possible part. From beyond that, let's take a Jersey barrier in an alleyway. The Jersey barrier, if you bunny hop up and you double peg it, is hands down street. It's at the top of a bank. You're riding it like a sub. It's street. It's street all day.
Yeah.
Now, let's say that you quickcrete the transition between the bank and the Jersey barrier.
Okay. I think I know
it's
the
still
spot
street.
that you're using as your frame of reference,
Well,
too.
it's still street, right?
It's street. Yeah, it's still street.
There's nothing not street about it, even though you quickcreted the Jersey barrier.
But are you making it easier, or are you opening up different possibilities?
Agreed. But I don't necessarily know if that's the difference. Now, in that same alley, let's say now you quickcrete like 6 or 7 Jersey barriers.
In a row?
Yeah.
Or just
You
sprinkled?
throughout.
Okay.
And maybe put a grind ledge in. At what point does it no longer count as street? Because now it's still street in a way, because it's not a park, it's not a DIY. I mean, it's a DIY, but it's not like a proper DIY. You know, it's just an elaborate street setup.
Yeah.
So my definition is generally once it begins to have flow, it's no longer street. If you can sit there and flow from obstacle to obstacle. So now, and intention, like this entire setup is designed to be ridden. Not just as a one single hit item that opens up some possibilities, but the entire alley now is essentially a park.
So we're in Syracuse right now. So for the homies that ride around here that I grew up with, they'll know Everson is kind of our jump off spot. You can do lines there all day. Hardly any of that stuff is modded. But
Correct.
you can do dare I say, 6 hits in a row on stuff if you circle the place.
Yeah.
So that's clearly street. None of it's modded.
But it's not designed to be ridden.
But you can, I don't know if flow's the right word, but maybe. So if you're using that as your standard of...
Well, but okay, let's talk about half of these schools in California then.
Dude, they're skate parks right out of the gate.
Are they schools or are they skate parks?
Dude. Yeah, no.
You know
That's
what I
where
mean?
Like, that was my next thing. Yeah.
Because it's a street plaza.
Or anyone that's ever been to like Barcelona, they're like, yo, the city is a skate park. Like, it's not even fair. So I don't know if we're muddying the waters up too much, but I think you have to use the distinction. And I guess right now I'm just going to take a stab. I'm just going to take a stab at answering your question. I think. So your question is, when does it not become street, or just what is street in general?
Well, it's the initial question is what is street, but once you define it, because you start to go, well, this is street and this is park. And what I'm saying is that it's not black and white. And at some point you have to figure out like, what's the distinction? Because I think the baseline distinction that everyone tries to do is arbitrary.
All right, I'm going to break it down into 2 sections. This is probably the best. And I realize all this stuff is probably meaningless and subjective anyway.
Yeah, the end statement is that it doesn't matter.
It's completely subjective. It's like, go
ride your bike.
Green's better than red, dude. Like, but so I'll say, to me, street is... you rode it how you found it, and you leave it.
It's gravel, trash cans, and all.
No. I'm saying you can sweep if it prevents you from dying. I think you can sweep. If you got to move a trash can out of the way, number one, you're moving it back when you're done if you're not a complete douchebag. But I think that stuff... Wow, see, I see. It's like, what is true, real, purest street? I think the answer is you rode it how you found it, and you don't. If you run into the trash can, you fucking run into the trash can. Maybe you don't even sweep. Maybe.
I think if you're really trying to be hardcore, that's the standpoint you have to make.
But how unfun is that?
It sucks.
Yeah. So I think if you're asking for an objective, taking myself out of the equation, my opinion, the truest objective answer that I can think of is you write it how you found it, period.
So maybe I'm going to make some counters to this.
So the second thing I have to say is I have probably in the past have been like, well, I'm a street rider. I'm a freestyle bike rider because that's what I classify all the stuff that like the clips where Mastroni builds stuff, that's freestyle bike riding. It can't be street. It's not street.
How is it not street?
Because he built the spot. If I'm using objectively...
Yeah, but Everson was built
for riding. Everson was just built because I thought it was going to be a pretty plaza where it was just a planter for flowers. Now, freestyle riding, could possibly be building stuff for riding. I know the dovetail off of that is, does it make it easier or does it open up doors? Generally, I think it's meant to create possibilities. Certainly in Mastroni's instance, the shit that he's doing is impossible.
So let's break this though, because let's say everything he builds, and I don't know if this is true or not, but let's say he leaves it, okay?
Right.
And now there's this natural looking.
Now does it become street now for other people?
Everyone else that finds it, it's street.
Dude, I don't know. You're making this shit complicated. I don't know.
And it has no like, I don't look at a lot of what he does as creating a spot because he's not necessarily making it perfect.
Well, a lot of the stuff that he makes isn't also
look
on
natural.
public property either. A lot of the stuff that he does is private property that he's just building for his clip.
Right. I'm totally fine with that, though.
Yeah, me too.
Because he's not making it inherently perfect. I mean, it's got aesthetic, it's got cosmetic, it looks naturally occurring.
He tries to make it look street.
He's trying to make it as legit as possible while having this very unique, like, this setup may not exist anywhere, but it's feasible that it could.
But also, he's also the most ultimate pure street rider also, because the other huge thing that he's all about is like breaking into like construction sites and just like
riding what's there.
And you know, maybe he's moved shit around, but a lot of the time you see this stuff and you're just like, dude, that's just him staring at this thing for 10 minutes and being like, I could probably make this work. So he is like opposite ends of the spectrum, which is also why he's like one of my favorites. But no, I think that's the best answer you're going to get out of me. I think true street riding is stuff that's in the public domain, not designed for riding, that you ride and do not modify at all.
So it doesn't actually exist.
What do you mean?
Because waxing is modifying.
Waxing is modifying. All right. So
And we're talking about grinding stuff in that regard. I mean,
that's usually my frame of reference, yeah.
Handrails.
I mean,
the majority of handrails, I'm going to say, are true street. Like when people just fire out a handrail, it's true street.
No, I still think objectively I have to stand by my definition. So all the thousands of ledges that I've waxed in the past makes me a freestyle rider. Not true
I'll take
street.
that. I'm kind of going down the road of like either street is a lot broader than what we classically try to define it as the purest.
So street is just a tree branch of freestyle riding.
Absolutely. I mean, aren't they all?
Trails is a branch. Street is a branch. Flatland is a branch.
Now, I have made the argument in the past that if you're willing to be a little liberal with the definition, and like I'm saying, like a quick-created Jersey barrier is street. If you quick-crete the entire alley and make it all flow together, now it's a park.
But
somewhere in the middle, it transitions.
But if I'm sticking to my definition, quick-creating a Jersey barrier
makes it not street immediately.
Freestyle. Yeah.
Now, I would like to say, and you can disagree with this, you can ride park in the streets if you've made a bunch of quick-created Jersey barriers, or there's a bunch of hip lines and stuff, and you're just flowing around doing wall rides.
That's the essence of DIY spots.
I mean, but even like naturally occurring, like we're saying these, like Everson could be considered a street plaza.
Yeah.
Or these schools in California, they're just plazas, like, right? So you can ride park in the street, but you can also ride street at the park if you use things completely against their intended design.
Grinding the back of ledges that are unwaxed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So,
which is definitely your mine ammo. I'm always looking for the dumb thing that's like, no, that's not. That ain't what. That's not how you're supposed to do that.
Or the side of this ramp, you know.
Yeah, that's not waxed.
The side of this ramp and that quarter pipe over there, like I could do a splat wall to it, and the ramp's a little warped out, so I'll tranny into it.
Sure.
It's not. I mean, it's at the park, but it wasn't very park.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking.
We're splitting hairs.
Well, I think the entire argument is stupid and splits hairs no
Well,
matter what.
That's what I said. I go, this entire thing is totally like subjective. It doesn't matter.
It's all bike riding. And so, Pittsburgh Jam.
Or any jam.
No, Pittsburgh Jam. We have that kicker being dragged around. And a lot of people, most of them not riding.
Or Dennis Anderson.
Are going, oh, this is supposed to be a street jam. This isn't very street. And it's like, we're riding bikes at a bike riding jam. So I'm not really sure what to tell you. This is the most BMX this event has been in years.
So maybe the whole argument is, including you and I in this, if you feel the need to classify it, maybe you're just a loser. It's like, it's better than playing video games, man. You're like on two wheels, like outside. So
I started making this having this conversation and argument a little bit when we were trying to do our GrindWorks DVD, and which never happened, by the way.
Hey, man,
I have all the footage, but
maybe it'll just be the NWC DVD.
Yeah, I mean, some of it went to the Bitch Cranks video too.
Right? Yeah, we talked about that.
But we were trying to make it an only street video, and the entire premise of that irritated me. And we had certain people like Max that we wanted to have parts in it.
Who was a plaza wizard.
Correct. But then you're trying to go, hey, do you want to film a part for this video? By the way, don't ride like you ride or where you like to ride.
Yeah.
It was kind of like the lamest possible approach you could take. And
so the reason why that's like, let's go to the creme de la creme of that example. Like, animal bikes, can I eat? That video is timeless because everyone that rode in that video rode how they actually ride. Mm-hmm. So it's like, unless that's what you do, maybe not fake the funk.
Well,
you're gonna get a better result.
But also, is that even true? Because, you know, all those dudes go to Mullally.
Like Corey Martinez is pretty good on trails too.
All those dudes go to Mullally and do this other stuff, and they have fun with their friends, and like.
I know that's been, and I know we've had this talk too. I've talked about this with everybody, dude. 90% of my footage in the past 8 years has been plaza footage. I don't care. It's like, it's better than me not riding. It's like, I am 41 years old. I can't be out fucking around, getting tickets for this, that, and the third, getting screamed at by people. It's like, I'm done. I'm like over. I don't need it in my life.
But also, you're going to these plazas and you're like, wow, that setup is what I've always wanted to ride.
Yeah, for a guy like me, it's like, it doesn't take much. It's like, oh, there it is.
So like, I could go find that same thing, maybe, or a rougher version of it, and then struggle to get the clip, or I could just do it here and be happy.
Or it's in a place where I can actually spend 3 hours, 4 hours doing it repeatedly until I get it. Instead of in the street, it's like, oh, I have like a half-hour pocket right now before we get kicked out, traffic gets too bad, business opens, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I'm just over the whole like, oh man, it isn't real street. It's like, I don't care. You call it what you want. I'm on my bike.
Yeah, it's a biking video. It's fine.
No, so it's like, and dude, look at how insane plazas are now.
So that idea of calling it biking, when like Charlie and his crew started doing that, I was like a little bit annoyed by it.
It's the best.
But yeah, then I'm like, you know what? I actually like this entire discussion just goes away because it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. It's biking, and it's like, to be honest, I've never actually ridden BMX in my whole fucking life.
It's like,
I've never stepped foot on a racetrack. So
if you really, that's fair. If you really want to like kind of have a similar example of this though, you've got a couple of different labels, but think about music genres. And if you like really cared and you didn't want to just call it like music.
Well, you know,
I mean, it goes, I know you're a music guy, so like this conversation can go way off the deep end if you want it to.
I hate this too because I'm a metal dude. I'm friends with tons of metalheads, and they're like, "Oh, this is Swedish death metal. This is brutal tech death. This is blackened hardcore." It's like, I don't fucking, dude.
Who cares?
Are they playing a mosh part? Cool, I'm in. I don't give a fuck.
Well, at some point, every band has its own genre, and it's like, why don't you just call it by the band name then, you idiot?
Yeah. Or it's like, dude, it's all just, it's metal, it's hardcore. It's like splitting all the hairs. It's like, oh man, this is technical Swedish gent. It's like, dude, why the need for the? It's like the shit either stands on its own two legs or it doesn't. Like, yeah. Well, for some reason, I don't know if it's like that with like every genre, but I know like metalheads are really particular about defining things, and I don't know where, how, or why that has been a thing. But it's like, you know, I listen to everything. Like,
well, maybe it's because the term alternative came up and it just made everyone annoyed and confused.
We're not that. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's not grunge. It's alternative now. But it's like alternative can literally
alternative is anything that's not the other.
Alternative, so Rob Zombie or like Toad the Wet Sprocket. It's like, what the fuck out of here. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, just...
Yeah, but like the park versus street conversation is almost like if you only had two genres and you're like, is it metal or is it country, Roz?
It's going to be both. Heavy metal country.
It can only be one. What is it?
Yeah. So
that's not metal, and you're like, yeah, but it's not the other either.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't buy into any of that either.
I'm so down with it's biking.
Yeah, it's the best. Yeah, it's the best. And that, like you said, that's like been a thing easily for 3-4 years. Like they're like, ew, BMX. They're like, yo, man, we're just biking, and I'm like, I'm in. I love it. Like, that's the right term. Like,
I started saying it differently than that, too. I started saying when it got, like, really clicky. I mean, it's always been. So I think everyone has their time that they realize BMX sucks as an industry.
As the industry is rough, yeah.
I've said for a while now, BMX sucks, but riding bikes is really fun.
It's never been funner. Like, yeah, it's the one constant for sure.
So... like even now you got Sean Ricany and Stevie Churchill starting their company.
Oh, let's talk about that. Fuck it. Dude, I back it. I back it. I don't give a shit. It's like, dude, I realize Sean Ricany has burnt bridges. I know well enough. I've listened to all the podcasts, all the interviews, all the things that he said online, past and present. I know he's a little bit of a D-bag. I know he's kind of over-righteous and self-centered. I get all that. I understand that. On a personal level, I probably would never hang out with him. But I appreciate that he's got the balls to make moves away. And it's like, all right, so you have this gripe with the BMX industry. Cool. Now what? And he's actually doing something. He's ordered parts, ordered frames, doing his own thing. Side note, all the cool shit that he's done for Stevie is awesome to see. Like, he's trying to pull him out of the dark and like bring him back into the scene. So all that's cool.
I think the name is short-lived is the only thing I'll say about it.
That's a tough thing. I agree. That's
because
a tough thing to sell.
I think you could have a brand.
Because it's literally fuck the BMX community is the name of the company.
Right. You can have a brand and you can use that as your slogan and a whole bunch of branding and stuff. But at some point, like, as soon as you made it official, you are the BMX industry now.
Right.
So it doesn't really make sense as a long-standing thing.
I mean, the whole thing is because, you know, I think what he decided, you know, do all that stuff and call
I know it's Garrett Reynolds related and some other stuff.
He's just, you know, he was just pretty much did it seemingly in a moment of rage.
I like it.
Good, better. But I back it. I know people, you know, probably rightfully so. I don't know. I've never met the guy. I've never talked to him, but on a personal level, I don't know if I would vibe with him. I can't say yes or no. I don't
think either of us would vibe with him super well.
I don't think so. But I 100% back what he's doing because literally, not even literally, he is putting his own money where his mouth is. So it's like, all right, like fuck the BMX industry, ba ba ba, boo hoo, wah wah. Now,
right.
What are you going to do
about it? It would be really
it?
easy to cut your frame in half and then talk a bunch of crap.
Yeah. Which is where it was ended up until this whole other chapter where he's just like, hey, I got this thing going on. I'm putting Stevie on. And he does it. He literally is like, yeah, he kind of wants to put a team together and really do the damn thing. So I'm here for it. I back it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you listen to his interview with Brant Moore?
No. I listened to he did the podcast.
So it was like right around the time with
Fudger.
Yeah, it was right around that time, maybe before, maybe right after.
They're not buddies, right? Brant Moore and Sean. They're polar opposites.
Yeah, very opposite. So, I mean, he came on kind of defensive, like didn't know if he was going to get attacked.
He's been on the defensive for the past year,
but opened up fairly quickly in that regard. And then he's like, later on in the show, he's like, "You're a lot less corny than I expected you to be," to Brant.
I don't.
Which is just so funny.
I will say, and Brant probably actually listens to this podcast.
He does occasionally, yeah. He'll send me a text and be like, "Yo, I liked this," or like, "You could do better with that," which I appreciate. Any feedback is good feedback.
Yeah, I've never met him. I know I appreciate because he actually is in the mix, and I know he wants to foster and care for biking, which obviously I'm all here for that. But I get why Sean would say that because he's such a outgoing and friendly dude that a lot of people take that as like nerdy or whatever or dorky. So I can understand that. Like I said, I've never had a conversation with him. I'm sure he's dope as fuck. I know right now he's giving a lot of praise to like Davey Osgood and that all that shit's cool. So he's shining light on like people from our scene and stuff pretty regularly. So I got no.
Brant's rad.
Yeah. I'm sure.
I'm not just saying that in case he's listening.
I am saying that in case he's not. I don't know. I'm sure. I don't have any other reason to think about it. He's super pragmatic. He'll talk about like this is why this costs this much and this is why the industry is this way, that, and the third, which there's not a whole lot of places for, freestyle biking that a lot of people won't go into depth about. He created this
platform without having like to answer to other people in the industry, so he can talk about these things. Which is cool.
Is he not a sponsored rider right now?
Technically, he is right now through S&M.
Oh.
I mean, he's had a hookup with like Alienation. He's had some different stuff.
I thought he was with Eastern or something.
But overall, like he built this platform off of just bike riding and talking about what needs to be talked about.
Yeah, sure. No.
And I think it's regardless of whether he is or is not sponsored, he's not relying on being sponsored to pay his bills.
And that frees you up to kind of speak your mind a little more.
Yeah.
Which, we need that. We definitely need the conversations,
Did you? There was I think it's the Champ and the Tramp podcast that Sean and Stevie were just on.
I did watch that one. That one is, dude. If the kids are at home, man, that's not the one you want them to hear.
That one, Sean talked for like the first 3/4 of it, and Stevie got like barely a word in edgewise,
and then he just. Word vomit.
The whole last quarter of it is like Stevie is a riot.
Dude.
So funny.
I was like, holy moly, dude. Yeah.
The whole time Sean's like, don't talk about that. Just stop. Talk about BMX.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved it. Yeah, that one was good. That one just popped up in my feed one day. I didn't know anything about that podcast.
No, me either. I saw it for the first time because of that. But yeah, so funny.
Yeah, anything new because it's Sean's like kind of such a divisive character in the scene or not in the scene, depending on how you look at it. anytime anything of him like pops up in my like feed or whatever, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna listen to this.
That.
Yeah. So I personally am a fan of Sean's riding. It's the type of thing where it's like I'm a fan of it. I like watching him. He was like on top of the game for a long time. It's not my absolute favorite thing because it's like on such another level that it's like completely unrelatable to me.
Yeah.
But I like watching it. Every time he would drop a video, all the cult years and all that stuff, I watched all that. And, but yeah, riding wise, great, all well and good. I feel like if I've ever met him in person, we were able to have a sit down conversation. I'd kind of be vibed out. I'd be like, I don't know. I don't have energy to like talk shit. Like, I don't know. But what he's actually doing, like with his whole new company and everything, like, I totally back it. Yeah, and I don't back it because he's trying to clap back at cult or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Because I think however you feel about Robbie, again, talking about a person I've never met, but I think Cult for a long time was like almost singularly holding the scene down for a long time. I don't know if it's still like that, but so I like Cult. I like what Sean's doing now. I can't really say. I don't think there's any company where I'd be like, I don't fuck with them. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's a couple for me. One of them doesn't exist anymore, so that's all right.
I know what you're talking about. Let's say.
Well, that's because
their headquarters was somewhat south of here.
They were. Look, when you're too close to it, you're too close to it, and when you see that none of it's legit.
Yeah, it's probably best that we don't go too far into the weeds.
We don't have to name names. But you remember at East Shore when Ben wanted to have a contest, and they were like, "Oh, we were just thinking about having an event at your place. Do you mind if we run it?"
Yep.
And he's like, "Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It'll save me a lot of time. I don't really care. If you guys want to handle it, you can handle it." And then, oh, cool. All right. And then, flyer goes out, events happen. And he'd get a call or a text and be like, "Hey, we were thinking about doing this there. Is that cool? We were thinking about giving a frame away. What do you think about that?" Well, yeah, I think people would be stoked on that. But, like, whatever you want to do, it's your event,
Sure.
And, all I want is the admission for the park that day. Like, if you charge more than that, then, like, cool. And then, day of the event comes, everything happens, it's a good day, whole bunch of people show up. I think they were charging $20 for admission instead of $10.
I was working at East Shore at this time too.
And then at the end of the event, a certain person representing the company handed Ben a bill for an itemized bill for every item that was given away at that jam. And he's like, "What is this? Like, I didn't ask you to give anything away. Yeah. You asked me if you could. And you, by the way, you still owe me for the park admissions." And then he just tore the bill up and he goes, "I guess we're just going to call it even then." And never paid him anything.
Wild stuff.
Like, that's a real thing that happened.
But that's the thing, is that's a drop in the bucket of those types of situations.
Well,
that
another
happen.
one at HCS. Telling Derek that he has to come ride in the event. Like, right. No, you have to get out here. And Derek's like working with customers upstairs in the shop. He's like, "I can't come out there. You have to come ride." So that, Derek comes out and he's like annoyed and he's riding and he does some good stuff and whatever. And then he I think his
But
bars
Derek on
broke.
A bad day is still really good to watch.
So his bars broke and he like kind of just walked away from it. Like, he didn't really care.
Right.
He had other stuff to be doing anyway.
Sure.
And then, Derek wins. Here's the cash for that. And then pulled aside and he goes, "That's your money, your cut for the day."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Well, that's bogus because someone else should have won this contest." So that's why Derek threw it off the balcony into the crowd that year. He's like, it's not mine, it's your guys. It's like, you guys came to this event.
Right. Rightfully so. Yeah.
I think it was either a year near that or a year after that. I think Jack Harshty had bought a custom frame and never received it.
Jack, is it Harjay?
I don't know. Should know, but
Jack, we love you, but your name's impossible.
There's a lot of consonants smashed together in there, and I don't.
Yeah, I know this one too.
So like ordered a frame, never got it, and then someone was gonna win a new frame at the end of the day, and Jack wins the frame, and guess what? It's his custom that he ordered.
Hey, oddly enough, it's to your exact specifications, dude.
Like so many little things. And then we were going to do a split GrindWorks No Worries Crew street jam.
Don't I know it?
Oh, I know you know it. And said company, was asked to support it. Then
this
they
one is
changed
dicey
the date.
too, because there's like people involved in it that I'm still really good homies with. So
I know.
It was kind of forced on them to do.
Yeah, I know, and it put them in a really weird position, and because they're
That's why I didn't even show up after it got so dicey that I was like, I'm not going.
Well,
I'm
so
not going.
they
now.
moved the date because it worked better for them.
Exactly.
And then
none of this was agreed on.
And then threw a flyer out before we could put a flyer out.
Right.
That had them, didn't mention No Worries Crew at all, and put GrindWorks as an event sponsor or something like that.
Yeah, at the
final
flyer that came out didn't even mention
us. It had 3 of their
us.
riders' faces on the flyer.
Yeah.
And it was just rework the flyer. And it's it's already been shared to our BMX. It's already been shared everywhere. And how do you rework a flyer that has your crew's faces on it?
Yeah.
You can't. The whole thing is already botched.
They
moved it to a date I couldn't attend either. So I don't know if you guys didn't attend and we didn't attend.
I know it happened. I know a couple of our dudes rode. I know that, but that was when I was starting to kind of get to when I was like, dude, I'm not vibing with it anymore.
Well,
I'm not putting myself on a pedestal at all. Even back then, No Worries Crew was a team effort, and to an extent, even still today, is still a team effort. But definitely back then, anything that we did, all the inner workings of the DVDs, the website, the big cartel, all that stuff, any of the merch we did, I was funding it. So I was the wallet for NWC. I mean, still to this day, I don't think anyone else is. I mean, people have devoted time. Probably
Tommy's probably put some money in here.
Tommy's put money into it for sure, and I'm sure along the way there's been some people that have put in. If it's alluding to me, and I'm not pointing anyone out, I sincerely apologize. But for the most part, definitely financially, it's always been me. And it was literally the origin of that, I think, originally was a conversation between me and you and the very roots of doing that jam. And then that was the last thing.
I think I told you.
No one ever approached me ever after that and asked me about it. And I was like, this whole deal happens. Like I said, I don't want to.
Because of us.
And back then it was, I think there was 3 of us. I think it was an effort between me, Tommy, and I think to a lesser or greater extent, Bobby was kind of involved in the kind of shot calling back then too.
But I know I told you when we first started talking about it, do we get them involved? And I'm like, personally, I wouldn't.
Yeah. And I don't, and maybe that was what you might have told that to Tommy, but I don't ever remember having another conversation about it. And then when the flyers start coming up, I was just like, what the and I talked to Tommy, and he's just like, I don't know. Like no one had it. I was like,
I don't
what
think
the fuck's
I don't
going
think
on?
Tommy had anything to do with asking them. I think Sam asked them if they wanted to support.
It could very well be. It could very well be.
Which it is what it is. I mean, that's
Well,
like
yeah, no.
that ship
Yeah,
has
yeah.
sailed, but like
It's just interesting to.
there's so many instances of it, and then you're like, once you see it, you know, the East Shore one was the one where I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then some of the ones at HCS, and now like anything I see from the past, even I'm like, they stole that, they repurposed that from this other place. Like,
You know you're gonna get canceled for this.
we have not mentioned names.
Yeah, it could be anyone. It could be anyone.
It could be any company that no longer exists.
Yeah, I just said they were south of Syracuse. There's a lot of territory south of Syracuse. How did we even get on this tangent? I don't even remember what we were talking about. The industry.
Yeah, well, anyway.
Oh, how bike riding's never been funner,
Yeah.
but the industry is suffering, dude. There is.
I still don't understand how the
slice of
industry
pie
holds certain people up.
And if some of that went away, the slices of pie would get a lot greater. It's just the only people making money freestyle riding are the dudes that have third-party sponsors, the rock stars and the monsters and, the like.
But when you've got events and stuff getting hijacked and stolen, and like only a handful of people are in the know at any given point in time,
Yeah.
man, does it look good for everyone on the outside.
Right.
Looks really cool.
Yeah,
It's such a bummer because like I wanted it to be cool, and you buy into it for all the events from the past, and you're like so stoked, and then you're like, wow, it was all not real.
Well,
But it was real. It was real. Those events happened. They did promote BMX in the area. They, got a lot of people into riding, or they did this or they did that. So like, it's not all bad that they happened.
It's not all
but the
bad.
way they happened sucks.
But I wonder if some of that is a utility of desperation to try to keep the ship afloat, and bad calls were made, which I don't think have ever been atoned for. Really.
I think that some people are just really good con men and not good businessmen.
Yeah. That's certainly part of it. Sure, but either way, I think maybe that exists more than in BMX.
And then the last one, and we really can't be super specific unless we're trying to put, the whole thing out there and on blast. This is not our story to tell.
Correct.
Is when they finally closed and the way they treated their employees. And I will leave that at that.
Man.
For now.
That's the ripple effect of that as we sit here is still being felt by a certain someone who to this day is struggling to try to turn a profit on their new project. And it's like, he should never be in the position that he's in with the skill that he has.
But to be fair, he wants to do his thing, and he doesn't want to just do it off of drama. So he has not wanted to address it fully.
No. And that's what I'm saying.
That's fair.
No. But yeah,
And I think everyone listening knows without us having to say
and
it.
everyone
so it
knows
doesn't really
that,
matter.
that he is the homie, the ultimate homie, and we all back him. But yeah,
I was actually happy. I don't have one yet, but I was happy when it all went down because now I can actually support my friends again.
yeah, exactly.
Because I couldn't support the organization.
Oh yeah, no, I jumped that ship. I was riding everything but. Well, I mean, I was riding whatever I could get from cranks at the time, but
Yeah.
yeah, no. So we're going off on all kinds of different tangents, but so be it. But yeah, no, I mean,
you have more about Ricany and his brand?
No, I mean, I guess all of that was dovetailing off of
It was.
Because his reaction to the BMX industry is probably what more people have felt, but he's actually got the nuts and the platform to say something.
He's got nothing to lose now.
That's what I say. I'm here for it. Yeah.
He had nothing to lose at that
But I do
point.
want to be clear. I don't necessarily think his attitude is.
No, I don't 100% agree with everything he's doing either. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of the branding is like
The branding's whack. I'm not. Yeah, it's just like my company is called "Fuck the BMX Industry." It's like
the
like
irony
you say,
being
that's
you
gonna
just,
be
you just joined the industry.
If you
If it's worth it and it takes off, it doesn't even make sense.
it's like why not call it like?
Well,
cool,
it'll always just be FTI at that point.
Yeah.
But
It's like just call it like Cool Bikes, like something easy, simple that you can market the fuck out of. Like,
I think Garrett told them to like Degenerate would be a cool name, and they're like, get out of here.
Yeah, that whole part of it was, yeah, he was really salty towards Garrett, I think. Or did he say that he was still, I don't know.
Remember you know what I find really interesting, and I don't know if there's any connection or backing of any sort, is Scotty has been posting a bunch of videos from the Decline Club with them.
Well, because they live pretty close together. Isn't Scotty?
But is he involved? I mean, he's been held up a good bit by the industry, but at the same time, was he abandoned by it? As soon as he got injured, it's hard to say.
I don't know, because he's kept his Monster sponsorship throughout.
And Vans, but that's not BMX.
Point taken.
How did the BMX industry?
But I don't know.
Go.
So I'm gonna step inside.
And I don't think he will be a front man by any means. Even if, and this is complete speculation, if he's involved as a financial backer or otherwise, I don't think he will take a spotlight role.
I would doubt it. Yeah.
I think he's got a lot to lose in that regard.
Probably, because Sean's such a divisive figure. So you don't know
But also
you don't know where the ship's
Scotty
gonna go.
built a platform around, just bicycles, bike riding, and kids on YouTube.
Right.
Now a lot of those kids have grown up and they still love Scotty.
Sure.
But still, I think with a platform like that and, where he makes his money from,
Yeah, right.
I don't think it makes sense to be in that scenario.
Yeah, no, I don't know. He has been, because he's been hanging out there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a connection beyond that.
Or are they just old friends because
they're
that's
both
where he
just
grew
live
up?
in Jersey. Yeah, I don't know. But from a business owner standpoint, looking in, from the outside, how long, if I had an employee that got injured on the job, how long should I, from out of my pocket, pay his salary for no...
Until the full-term disability goes through.
Fair. Totally fair. Which is probably legal precedent, actually. So, yeah, because what was his frame sponsor at the time of the injury? I don't even know. I don't even know who he rode for back then. Wasn't it Felt? It was Felt.
Was it still?
Yeah, I had a Scotty Kramer Felt frame at one point. I know that. I don't know if that's who he rode for at the time of the injury, but like we've this whole.
But it's different in the sense that what is a BMX rider? A pro rider. They are a sales rep.
Yeah. That is the job. Put all the clothes, all the parts, all the bikes. You should be
are
dripping
you saying
with it.
that he can't sell frames to kids anymore?
He could. Is it going to be as effective? I doubt it, but he could. He could sell.
Maybe
a few
all
thousand.
you go around and you do face-to-face and meet and greets and stuff, and you have kids meet up at the local bike shop.
Right.
The bike shop's stoked that you brought a bunch of people there, and then you go have a session at the local park after.
Or you do some kind of marketing video or something that like builds up his legacy, and then send them out on the road to do, whatever at some point.
I mean, I don't think it's. I think the entire sales
Actually,
and
wasn't there
marketing
just a
platform of
documentary
BMX is
that
ridiculous.
dropped recently about him?
I think so.
I didn't watch it. I probably should.
We're definitely speaking out of turn on this one because I don't know any of the inner workings. And whether or not companies did or didn't support him long term.
I'm a total fucking derelict. I don't know anything.
I also think that the legal precedent may go away because I think it's 1099. I don't think they're W-2 employees.
Bike riders?
Yes.
Only,
so you're a contractor.
Yeah, I get a 1099, but no, they're.
So would you have to keep someone on if they got hurt and they can no longer work to your contract?
That means, yeah, they get paid out of my workers' comp policy.
Under a 1099, yeah.
Yes. My employees.
Right.
I don't think that's how they're not, because say, we'll just use Scotty, he would have to be like Scotty Kramer LLC. He would have to be his own entity. And Felt Bikes, let's just say that was his sponsor, would have to contract him out. I don't think that's how that works.
I think that is how it works. I think they're mostly 1099.
I think when they get big enough, like I think Dakota does that. I think Dakota Roach is.
Because you don't have to be Scotty Kramer LLC. You can just be Scotty Kramer sole proprietor, and you do it under your
right
social security number,
whatever it is. Yeah, your EIN, sure.
But are you? It was my understanding
they are all just W-2 employees.
I don't believe so.
No shit. I don't think there's any.
I think it's up to them to set their taxes and everything aside as a 1099. Anyone have any experience and want to chime in? Go ahead.
Again, I don't know anything, and I don't know if the thing I just said about Dakota's true either. But
I think
usually I think it probably.
Because there's no health insurance obligations. There's nothing that happens with them. It's 1099.
See, that's
I'm very confident.
Right. So, yeah, I have to carry all my own health insurances, comp, liability, the whole nine. I get sucked dry with that stuff. So,
and anyone that would work under you as a 1099, it's on them.
And then every time I send an invoice to anyone I'm contracted out for, that's the exact amount that they write the check for. And that's the exact amount I deposit in. And then I have to tell my CPA, you need to take this percentage out. So, yeah. So, maybe. Because I know not every company offers health insurance. I think the majority probably don't.
I don't think most do. I think only one does.
I know Animal does, weirdly enough. They're dead. That was their big shtick for a minute. They're like, we offer everybody health insurance. That was a big thing. And why not? It's one of the most dangerous jobs you could have. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's just, none of the bike companies are turning enough profit to warrant putting 10, 12, 20 dudes on a health insurance plan.
No, definitely not.
But, yeah, no, I mean, it is, like we say, I think it's truer now more than ever that the industry is rough, but bike riding has never been better. And it doesn't seem like there's any shortage of people doing it, but I don't know. It's why, how is there so much money in skateboarding? Those dudes are driving Lamborghinis. What's going,
Well, but I mean, when you talk to the top tier people in BMX too, so are they.
Yeah, the one percenters, sure. But it just seems like for a lot longer.
I mean, skateboarding has always been the bigger, cooler one. It just is what it is. BMX has copied skateboarding on a 5 to 10 year lag.
Yeah. And I think just
forever.
The steez of skateboarding is just easily more marketable and appealing in general. And I think it's been probably, I don't want to say that.
The barrier to entry is really low.
Lower, yeah. Which is weird because skateboarding is 3 times as hard as bike riding any goddamn day of the week.
I think in various ways. I also think if you really wanted to get technical with it, let's say you learn how to do a kickflip and then you learn how to do a pop shove it.
Okay.
Within reason, you've
can
more or
do
less you can already do a varial kickflip. It might take a little tweaking, but you just do the same.
Those are the ingredients.
And then you can more or less just do that a little harder, and now you can 360 flip. And I think the ability to combine different types of tricks is a lot simpler in skateboarding.
For flat flip tricks, sure. And like I said, day one, still inventing stuff.
and BMX is a little bit rougher around the edges. The tricks don't inherently blend together where, like, because you learned this and you learned that, now you can just do this.
Sure.
I also think bailing versus crashing is a little different. You know, you can kick the board away and just run out of a lot of stuff. At the learning stages.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man.
But I don't think anyone's
and maybe my
more or
perception's
less
wrong,
difficult. I think
it's always seemed like there was more money in skateboarding, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I love skateboarding. I grew up
generally
skateboarding.
Agreed upon theory at the very least. It's probably true, but I've never seen data.
No, either have I. Either have I, really. And maybe I'm working on just like old stats in my head too. It just seems like, well, I guess a lot of my knowledge of that would be based off of, which you probably know, the 9 Club, podcast. I'm a late 90s, like early 2000s, like mid to late 90s is, when I was skateboarding, and late 90s, early 2000s, I had a couple of crappy bikes and started to get interested. And then, 2003, 4, then I was like off to the races, period, with biking. But, so my whole port of entry was through skateboarding. And so the 9 Club focuses on, well, they did. The first couple of seasons was all those like older, like mid to late 90s skateboarders, and now they pretty much do everybody. But and they would talk about, the Jamie Thomases and the Muskas and the, Rodney Mullins and the Tony Hawks and blah. And they were like, we had this many houses and these many cars. It was like it seemed, the perception was there's so much money in skating during that era. And I don't feel like that conversation was the same with late 90s bike riding.
Well,
besides for
absolutely not.
Besides for like the Dave Miras and maybe like the like. But
they never had like skateboarding. If you want to give one iconic moment as an example, was the 900.
Yeah.
Like that was everywhere on every outlet.
That clip was on like Channel 9 News in Iowa at 11 p.m.
Everywhere. For years after that. And then you also had the Tony Hawk game come out in short order. Like, skateboarding also had
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was my like entry point for a lot of stuff culturally.
Yeah, music and everything.
Dave MooreBMX. Music, tricks, riders, there's like a lot of stuff.
You can love Dave MooreBMX as a game, and I do because it's a BMX game, but the game didn't play very fun.
No, I agree.
Tony Hawk was fun.
Dude.
Dave Mira was clunky at best.
It just hit, yeah.
But it was BMX.
And it was a different game system too also, I guess.
And then Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX was based on the Tony Hawk platform, but it was like...
Never played it.
It was good.
I only played Dave Mira and Tony Hawk.
And then there was TJ Lavin's Freestyle BMX.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that.
That one was weird.
I'm not... Yeah.
I know you're not much of a game head, so...
I had N64 was the last game system that I ever owned, and I only played GoldenEye, Pro Skater, and I think it was called Cool Runnings Snowboarding, or it was Cool something like Snowboarding. That. And like you said, it was the snowboarding video game was wicked clunky. and the tricks like weren't the real. It was like
Sean Palmer's pro snowboarder was the best one.
I see. I never got that. I never.
It was Tony Hawk platform.
I was out of it by the time those came
It
out.
was PS2.
Yeah, I only ever played Tony Hawk 1, and then I just got bored of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean I'm not smart enough or savvy enough to try to understand why. It's like, why didn't BMX ever seem to get a piece of that pie like skateboarding got?
Because they were 5 years behind. Skateboarding already got it.
And there's only so many kids in that time period that can have so much stuff.
Yeah, well, and skateboarding already got it. Like if they're already hooked, right?
That's what I mean. It's like you're not gonna go and buy, I don't know, say a bike was $700.
And then you have Thrasher pushing the anti-BMX thing.
Yeah, the whole thing's bullshit.
Well, but the comment that floated around was every kid on a bike is a skateboarder lost.
Yeah. Or before that, it was rollerblading. It was rollerblades or skateboards for the uncoordinated. It's right up and down. And I know you have merch that says something about scooters.
So I'll still make it if someone requests it, as long as they understand the joke. There's a couple of sides about the fuck scooters sticker.
Yeah.
One of them is that it's because you can't make a sticker that says fuck children without appealing to a very wrong crowd.
Okay. All right. That actually puts a whole different perspective
Because it wasn't ever about the scooters. It was about the kids that are at the skate park getting in the way with no coordination.
And I got no qualms about it. I will say,
so
if you're an 18-year-old dude riding a scooter, you look like a dweeb. I'm sorry, homie.
Heck yeah, but if you're having fun, what do I care?
That's my whole thing. It's like, yo, you're rolling on wheels outside, not playing a video game.
So we can
vibe.
The people most stoked on that sticker were scooter riders. They'd put it right across their bars because they know it's stupid looking.
Yeah.
But they don't care because it's fun.
It's fun. That's the thing is like, yeah.
And how the irony of it is, it's hilarious.
So goddamn soft. It's like we're all poking fun at each other. It's like
there was that side of it that was it's
By
really
the way,
about
I
the little
rollerbladed
kids.
before I skateboarded too.
Well, the side of it was that it's about the little kids, but you can't make that sticker, and I don't want that demographic.
Well, that's a whole can of worms too. Yo, skate park isn't a daycare or a playground. Get the fuck out of my way.
I mean, it's a playground, just a different type.
Not for your kid
to run around and slide
about
around.
The ethics of a skate park.
Now,
when they're like in the bowl, fucking kicking a soccer ball,
yes.
Dude, get your kid the fuck out of my way.
Like that sticker, I stand behind that sticker because of that. However, I generally stopped using it and selling it and advertising it because the outward perception is that, oh, it's Thrasher all over again. And that is not cool.
Yeah.
So, almost immediately, I'm like, I don't want to actually be the anti-scooter company. Like, it's lame.
It's
beyond lame.
And I will say it. Dude, scootering is so lame. But I'd much rather you be out there, like, in the park with us than doing anything else, realistically.
Well, but at the same time, like, it has its moments where you're like, all right, that thing they did was actually kind of cool.
I've been guilty of saying that. So every now and again, you'll like watch Nitro Circus and you're like, oh, okay, wow.
I mean,
okay.
I've seen some rail clips and street clips too, and you're like, all right, that was actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I don't feel bad about that because I never bought into that mentality. But I had a sticker that said it. So there's like this other perception that I hated these people and kids and people riding scooters. And it's like, dude.
Yeah, it ain't about that.
It ain't about that. It never was. And like, if that's what it looks like, then I want nothing to do with this.
Yeah. I know that's one of my biggest pet peeves. It's like, dude, the skate park isn't like your personal daycare. Like get little Timmy that's kicking a ball across the flat, like get him the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Get him out of my way, because I'm going to roll fakie over him, and dude, just get him out of here.
Yeah.
At least like have him put a scooter on
or
him,
I'm gonna run
whatever.
into him so hard, and I'm barely gonna feel it.
Right.
But he might never walk again.
It's happened. I've been responsible for one bone break, and I don't want to get into it because they probably still haven't alleviated that situation, but it was a complete accident, and it's just like, it's so unavoidable. I will say it happened at OLP.
I figured that's where it is when
it was a
the
whole
way you said
family
that.
of kids, and they were sitting on the bleachers watching their phones, and they had like 4 or 5 kids that were literally chasing something, but they were all like running around. I think
that's the second hardest place I've ever hit somebody was at OLP.
Yo, I blasted this kid across the park, and it was like he like got it from the ground, and I knew I like knocked the wind out of him so bad. He was like, and as soon as he caught his breath, he was screaming, and like. Then he like stood up and his arm was just like, Grr. I was like, oh fuck. I go, where are your parents? And of course, didn't speak English either on top of that. So then I was like, all right, I just have to stand by this kid and wait for his parents. And I kind of thought I knew where his parents were. So I went over to the fence and I yelled to the bleachers, and I was like pointing to them and then pointing to them, because I assumed that they didn't speak English either, which they didn't. And they kind of looked at me, and then they looked away, and then they looked at me and looked at him, and they were like not putting it. I go, well, if they can see that kid is clearly crying and it's not their kid, then of course they're not going to respond. So I was like, I went back over. I was like, where are your parents? Where are your parents? Just nothing. Assuming they were their brother and sisters were like standing around, just standing there. And I was like, I don't know what to do in this situation. So then I grabbed... of course, at OLP, there's
usually a
13-year-old dude standing there watching the gate that, had no idea what protocol was. And,
you're like, yeah, that kid just fell over there and broke
his
arm.
Right. Yeah, I was just like, hey, I go, that kid's arm is messed up. And then he was like, oh. And he went to the clubhouse, and then they came with a golf cart, and then the ambulance was there shortly thereafter. Never saw any parents of any kind. Ever since then, that's been like one of my big... I was like, yo, the skate park is not the playground. Get your kid the fuck out of here. Like, I say that, I will never not stand by that.
So I hit someone there. It was this little kid, and he was riding. I'll be totally fair. He was on his bike.
And I will say, I was going fakie, like 20 miles an hour going fakie.
I went over the mellow big pyramid and did a Superman over it. And I'm fully extended, as far as the pyramid Superman gets extended. It's still frog-legged. I'm not going to pretend it wasn't.
Yeah.
And this kid is...
Let's not split hairs
straddling his bike at the bottom of the wedge, just staring at me in horror.
And but at least he had a bike. But they need to learn where... Yeah. Maybe at the bottom of the transition, not the best spot.
Well, and I'm like, okay, I can move, right? I can avoid this kid. As long as I land, I can go around him. And as soon as I landed and had my feet on, he tried to scoot the bike to the side, and I crushed him so bad.
He walked right in front of you.
Uh-huh.
It's like...
I rode out fakie. I hit him so hard, it spun me around.
So were you able to locate parents and do the whole thing?
Heck no.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't even try.
That's what I'm saying is the park isn't the fucking daycare. Get your kid the fuck out of here.
The hardest I ever hit someone
was
at Newark Valley.
Yeah.
Now, it was a family, and the one kid I'm very confident was special needs of some capacity.
Okay.
And they're running on the ramps. And okay, it's me and 2 other people riding, and this family of people. And they're running on the ramps. And I'm like, take your turn, but then stay off the ramp when it's our turn. Mm-hmm. Like, we can be reasonable.
Yeah.
So they were taking their turn, and then they stopped. And we did this a couple of times. I was trying a line, just over the pyramid. You've been there, right?
I've been in Newark Valley on 3 occasions.
Okay, so hip into the mini ramp, go over the spine, and then hip out to the bank.
Uh-huh.
So I'm riding that line, and every time I come around it, the special needs kid is in the way.
Yeah.
Like, just went and played anyway. So I went up and I talked to him. I'm like, yo, I really don't want to hit these, like, any of you, because it's going to hurt you a lot more than it's going to hurt me.
Mm-hmm. But it's going to hurt everyone regardless.
It's going to hurt everyone. But, like, I'm not going to get hurt to avoid hurting you.
At a certain point, after a while, yes.
So, like, okay, you're not being, like, you're going, 30 seconds too soon. It's not your turn yet when I'm over here. So I go over the pyramid, and I do, like, a quick glance check to my right. They're still up on the deck. I go over the hip, and I peek over the spine, and they're still on the deck. I jump the spine. Look, they're still on the deck. And as I come up that lip to go over that hip, he is standing right in the middle of the bank. And
Time to go, son.
I tried to avoid him. And I'm already, at this point, I'm aimed to drop off the side of the ramp. Like, I'm going to touch tires, and I'm going to drop probably 4 feet to flat.
Yeah.
And as I'm aimed that way, he looks at me and tries to move up the ramp right into my way. And I'm like, okay, now if I hit him, I'm actually going to get really hurt. So I landed and turned right really hard and put my left elbow out directly into him, which then counter-steered me straight to drop off of that transition again. But I elbowed that kid into the flat ground off of probably 5 feet of ramp. I mean...
That probably still sticks with him to this day. But at a certain point, it's like...
I've never heard a kid scream louder.
How else you going to learn, homie? But the parents were around, though,
Nope, right? It was just the siblings.
Hey, what is the deal with that, dude?
They're like... You did that on purpose. And I'm like, I told you explicitly to stay off the ramp.
Yeah.
When someone else is going. Like,
especially
it's not my fault.
At certain parks, there's literally one person riding.
The fact that he got elbowed off the ramp, yes, that is my fault 100%.
Yeah.
But he was going to get knocked off that ramp whether I put my elbow into him or not.
Right.
The difference was whether I fall too.
Yeah, like, it's rough, man. I can't. That would actually be, or someone's probably already done it. I should do an NWC shirt that says a skate park is not a daycare. I'm sure someone's probably already done that.
Derek used to have a sign up at the park that said not a daycare center right on the front door.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, dude, it's like, this is generally like kind of dangerous stuff. So, and don't get it twisted. I'm all about young people like coming into it, but the parents have got to hang out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's and OLP is particularly bad because it's like such close proximity to like downtown. So, people just show up and they're like, all right, well, it's fenced in, so they'll just stay in the skate park and, we'll go walk the lake path or whatever. And it's just like, dude, on a Saturday afternoon, evening, no, that's bad news.
That park is not good for
a
lot of random people.
Yeah, I haven't probably been there in 2 or 3 years. I haven't been to the little skate plaza in a couple of years. But I still go to the tennis court every now and again. That place is still cool. There's always stuff changing and there's always new stuff added, so that place is still fun. But again, I ride there at like 7:30, 8 by myself. So.
All right, I have a reason for asking this question, but it's something I've wanted to do.
Was that your little
anyway.
list of stuff to ask me?
It's an ongoing podcast list.
Oh, cool. All right.
But it makes sense because there's something going on right now, and I'm semi-cool with it, but I'm curious what your take is on spot sharing. And what your like etiquette for it is, because everyone does it to some extent.
I gotta say I'm probably kind of douchebaggy about spots. Now, granted, I haven't really ridden hardcore street in a few years, but well, not a few years. I mean, I still make it out there, but if I know there's something, there's a spot where I want to get something done, most likely someone already knows it and someone's probably already filmed it. But if someone's like, yo, like where are you riding? I'll literally just lie, because I'll be in the zone where I'm like, I just want to get this done. I don't want it to get I don't want it to get all fucking poached up. So I'll do my thing, and then usually afterwards, if I get my whatever done, whatever the mission is, then I'm usually like, whatever. Like, it is what it is. I will say, though, around Syracuse,
everyone in Syracuse knows the Syracuse spots, but like
there's a handful. It's like, Davey always seems to come up with like some crusty stuff.
But like when people come into town, like, oh, where's this? Where's that? It's like,
oh, that?
I'll tell you where like the main ones are, right? Like I can use Pittsburgh as a better example than I can use Syracuse. But like, oh, you want to know where MLK is? Yeah, fine. That's right here. You want to know where Malayans is? Yep, that's right here. Like, They're the core. They're the ones everyone knows. But if someone's like, oh, where's that like thing that you were riding? Like, why would I tell you? So you can blow it up?
Yeah, that's
show up at a dumb time and make a scene? Like,
nobody...
But then I think there's like an etiquette to it too, where if you take someone to a spot like that or show them where it is, like, unless you can't be there for other reasons, the etiquette is that you go there with the person that shared it with you.
Yeah.
At least for, I don't know, like a period of time, right?
Yeah.
There's some people that, like, yo, where's that spot? And like, even like if we're friends, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I've got no qualms with sharing the spot with you. If you were like, hey, where's this thing? I'm like, oh yeah, it's right here. Right. Like, no big deal. Well, but then you show up with 6 other people and don't invite me to the session, dude. Like, what are you doing?
First of all, that ain't happening with me.
No, but that's happened.
I'm going to go there by myself.
That's happened a couple of times to different people with
sure.
Spots that, they're not everyone's spot. People don't know the spot.
A few people in the past have asked me where stuff is, and I know specifically I can recall one Instagram conversation where I said, yo, like, I'll tell you where it is in like 2 weeks, because I'm like literally like working on something like right now. So I know I've done that in the past. That's generally my approach. If it's something where because what a lot of times I do is to kind of keep content going on the NWC Instagram, I'll be in the process of like filming a thing, and maybe I'll get it that day, maybe I won't. If I didn't, I'll still pull a I'll pull a still shot from that and put a photo of me doing the thing. And if they're like, yo, that's cool. Like, where's that spot? If I already like pulled the shit that day, I'll usually just be like, sometimes I leave it up to a little bit of your imagination. I'll be like, corner of blah, blah, and blah, blah. And that's all you're going to get. And it's like, go out there and...
You got to find it, dude.
Yeah. That's usually how I approach it. But say I posted that picture, the still from the footage of me trying it. If I didn't get it that day, I'll be like, yo, I'll tell you in a little bit, hang tight. I know I've done that several times in the past. Generally, in Syracuse, I don't think people really give a shit. Like, I think everything's pretty much been poached up around here. And I'm not really out in the streets every day anyway, so people at this point, people don't even think to even call me.
You're not the guy.
So, yeah, right, exactly. I'm not the guy anymore. So, but generally... Yeah, so if that's a douchey way to be, that is what it is. Because, yeah, like you say, it's like we've had one of my favorite spots in here is now a complete and total bust. On James Street, those, like, the banked ledges on James Street, the long ones, are like...
I never rode them.
A total fucking bust now. There's, like, they got rebar sticking out of them, and there's, like, cameras and shit now. It's like... Because you guys literally would bring, like, 30 people there and
have the session.
Dude, and the guy would instantly call the cops. The cops were there all the time. And it's so, yeah, it's like because of that. And that will probably always exist. So, yeah, I mean, it hasn't really happened in a long time because, like I said, there isn't any, I don't think there's any really new under wraps fresh spot in the immediate Syracuse area. Now I know there's always an exception to that. And like I said, there's dudes like, I mean, Davy's probably the wildest, gnarly spot encyclopedia in this area, and he always seems to come up with fresh stuff. But is it stuff that he would necessarily be like, oh, I ain't give? Every time I've asked Davy in the past, where spots where he's always been like, a lot of times he'll be like, yo, I'll take you there.
Yeah.
Which, fair enough.
Right.
There's been plenty of times.
And I've done that with people, and then, like, yeah, I'll take you there, and it's us, and then the next day they're posting clips with 6 of their friends there. I'm like, dude, that's not the point of me taking you there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And some people get that hint or not, but.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just weird sometimes. But the reason I asked the question right now is there's a page going on Instagram, Utica BMX spots, or Utica street spots or something.
There's one for Syracuse, too.
It's Mitch, I think, is posting the Utica one.
Yeah. Yep.
Which makes sense. I mean, it's his local scene, so, do what you want with your scene.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
I got no problems with him.
But posting pictures of the spot, and then, the next slide over will be the pin.
Yeah,
the Google Maps pin.
There's one for Syracuse too, but it's skateboarder does it. There's not but they all kind of cross over.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, I like this in the sense of getting people to know to come to your area, right?
Right.
Because you're trying to grow it a little bit, but at the same time, do you really want people just showing up in your town and not care? It's not their local.
Yeah.
If it's not your local, you don't really have to care.
Me personally, I wouldn't do it. I would just be like, yeah, I know, what's the point?
I don't want to be that guy blowing up the spots.
But if I did want to do it, I definitely wouldn't include
I wouldn't be putting the pin. I might just post the picture.
Or I would give like I said, I've done in the past, where I give a somewhat bland description. It's on the corner of blah, 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 blah. Or take blah, blah, blah road, and then it's the third left. Go down that road a ways. Somewhat bland. It's I'll send you the geotag. It's that kind of... If you claim to be a street rider regardless, it's well, the mission, the journey is kind of the point. So...
Right.
Which I don't necessarily claim to be anymore. I guess as we discussed, I'm a freestyle biker now. So,
but like
I'm fine with it.
my point with not including the pin, like it's definitely this town, right?
Right.
Like let's say that it's definitely in this town or an immediately surrounding town.
Uh-huh.
And all of these spots exist. You're just drawing someone to go there. Okay, well, I'm going to hit someone up in that area, and we're going to go have a day session or a couple day session.
Sure.
And you're going to start, and you're going to, like, find a couple of them on your own. Like, obviously, you go downtown, you're going to spot this one, that one. All right, cool, I see a lot of the stuff. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to be like, where is this one, though?
Yeah.
And that's where you're going to start to, like, really... You're just inviting people to explore, which I like. Including the pin is like, I might just go all the way up there just to ride that one thing and then leave.
Right. And I know I'm guilty of it too.
And I know Mitch right now is broke off and probably just bored too.
Yeah. And like I said, he's one of the real homies. He's not an idiot.
Oh,
so
yeah,
like,
no. I'm not saying that by any means.
Right. And I've been on the flip side too. I know this is going back a few years, but I did date for a few years a chick from Rochester. Rochester has a plethora of wicked dope spots, and I would watch Jake Petruchik and Dan Collar videos a lot during that time period, and I would literally just hit him up personally, and DM him and be like, yo, man, I would screenshot the clip from the video. I'd be like, yo, where's this spot? And I would explain the situation just like I would, to you. It'd be like, this is like a personal mission. I'm going there early in the morning by myself. I was like, and I would be like, if you want to give me a clue where it's at, cool. If not, like, I get that too. And every time I reached out to any of those dudes, they would literally be like, it's on the corner of this, or this, go there at this time, give me all the info. Like, they were always cool as fuck about it. So, but they had all, their videos out. So it's like, it's whatever. It's like, so.
Yeah.
So people, when I've asked about spots in the past, people have always been cool.
Yeah, but I won't withhold them. I won't like not tell people about them.
Right.
But I'm generally going to control the means of how I do it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it depends on the situation. If I'm still working on getting something done there, I'll pretty much shut it right down. I'll be like, the short answer is yes, I'll tell you, but give me a few days. And a lot of time, and that's also worked in the past. That's also been my motivation. Be like, all right, I gotta go back there and like wrap this shit up.
Right, because now everyone's on the hunt.
Right. That's literally I've literally used that as motivation in the past. But those days of me really giving a shit about spots in general are kind of by the wayside because I look at riding differently now. And
yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, like you said earlier, you're like. Plazas is your thing.
They're
now.
so fun. It's like, what's not to like? And I get the point where people are like, oh man, it takes away from some of the visual aesthetic. It's like, okay.
Not on my day-to-day, it doesn't.
Yeah, well, I'm on board with that. Yeah, maybe doing a handrail at a skate plaza doesn't look as dope with like people around and like cars whizzing by. It's like, yeah, I get that. It probably takes away from some visual aspect, but it's about the moves. Like what are you gonna get done? And, and you can't tell me. I've been to, hundreds and hundreds of plazas. There is I've been to plazas where there's 20 step rails that are like full commitment, full replicas.
Again, you can ride street
right.
in a park.
So it's like. The whole like, oh, it's not real street. It's like, dude, I don't know. That line is
the Bethlehem rail is a good example at that skate plaza.
Dude, it's legit. That's literally a 2 code like public rail, like height, like the pitch of the steps, everything is like it's how it would exist. So yeah, that whole Bethlehem's a good example. There's a really mixed bag of stuff there. I gotta get back there.
I haven't been in a while. A couple years anyway.
Actually, I have a handful of clips that Tommy filmed there. Tommy's got a bunch of Bethlehem footage from me. That's supposed to be, I guess this is another thing we talked about, the forthcoming NWC project, which is yet to be named, yet to be who's in it, yet to be when it's coming, yet to be what format. Like, all I know is a handful of us have filmed a handful of clips for a forthcoming project.
Question mark.
That's about it right now. We were saying, oh, we're going to get it done this fall, and then my business took off so crazy this year that Tommy originally suggested that he wants it to be fall of 2025. He wants to have a project done that we're going to premiere right here. And then I talked to Alex about it, and he was just like, nah, man. He's like, we can bang stuff out this year, but Alex is a freak and films a part in like 4 days.
I had my day where I could do that too.
Yeah. But you were riding every day.
Yeah.
You were in the street every day. Yeah, you could probably make that shit happen in a week. You could probably put together 2 minutes of footage and call it good. But for me, it's like it takes a whole bunch of different variables to like get me out there to like be productive. So, and I've gotten, you know the deal. I've talked to 7 or 8 people, and they're all just like, yeah, let's do it. So I've got like a crew kind of roughly assembled that I've reached out to that are all like, yeah, totally down. A blend of newer faces and, you know, a bunch of old heads. But the same deal. Nobody ever hits me up. Nobody ever like, we just, you know, kick a can down the road, you know. And a lot of us live farther apart. But it is going to happen. It's something that everyone wants to happen. So, you know, I guess all it takes is doing a few more phone calls and kind of putting a little bit more pressure here and there, applying pressure appropriately.
Yeah.
But
it's tough when even you can't like push it.
Right, because in the past, like I said, I was pushing it, but I was also in the street every day with multiple cameras. You know, I was like, yo, man, like, I'll meet you anywhere, whatever you want to do. And, like, now nobody has really picked that part of it up yet. So, I know Tommy is kind of like the filmer, but he's just as busy as I am. So, it's like...
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got his business. He's got the home stuff he's trying to do and issues at the land and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, it's it'll happen. We want to do it old school and do it for real. We want to do an actual physical DVD release. VHS tape?
I'm in. I'm fully in. I don't even know how. You'd have to go to like Industrial Color Labs or something to get replica. But yeah, no, I'm fully in on that. I should do the red ones, just like the old Criminal Mischief VHS.
I think they're expensive at this point. I think it's like really costly to get a VHS made.
Yeah, of course.
There's a YouTube channel that I watch occasionally. They do, it's Matt's Offroad Recovery.
Yeah, I watch that.
Okay, so they sent all their event invites were all on VHS tapes. Bro. And everyone was like,
yo,
how am I even going to watch this? He's like, figure it out. Find
great.
A VCR.
That's great. I think my mom still got a VCR in her basement.
It's really hard to not call it a VHS player.
It's really hard. You can get anything on Amazon still though. If you had to. But
yeah, that channel's pretty awesome.
I only have one. I have like 4 TVs at my house. Only one of them has a DVD player. You don't need them. Like everything, you could find everything now. Like so.
You can stream it or just a Blu-ray player or something.
Right, but there's something to be said. And we'll do an online release too. But I was like, man, I want to do like a run of DVDs and I want to have Tommy shoot
like
a bunch
a
of
cool
photos.
book and all sorts of stuff.
A 20-page glossy book. If anyone gives a shit or wants to, we'll charge it appropriately. We'll only probably do like 50 of them. We probably won't even be able to sell 50 of them, but it'll be cool to those who like care. It'll be something cool to do. So yeah, we want to do this whole big thing, and we'll do. By that point, there'll be another merch drop or 2 by then. So yeah, I have a long-term plan to just kind of keep chipping away at it. NWC has been a cool, fun thing to do. It's I've got to meet a lot of cool people, done tons of cool traveling. And we'll keep chipping away at it. And I know you still have a couple of jams left in the summer.
Just the HCS and Binghamton.
Unlikely that I'll do the Binghamton Street, but HCS I definitely plan on.
We don't know what we're doing with it yet. It would be kind of fun to shift it and maybe do like...
We're going to ride at Sherry Lindsay for 6 hours straight.
Endicott. What about just Endicott?
Or that.
And
dude, what's that rail
Glendale.
Let's go. I'll go there.
Like
dude.
a Glendale jam.
That's like my favorite rail that's ever existed ever. Is it still there?
I think so. I haven't been up there in a while.
I could get some serious redemption on that.
That's what Derek and I were talking about yesterday. It was like an Endicott jam would be just as cool.
For those of you who don't know, Glendale's the name of the industrial park in Endicott. And this rail is a tick over stem height, maybe stem height or a little over.
Probably 100 feet long, maybe less.
And down like a 5-degree incline. It is dope. It's like...
And it's good, heavy steel. It like just slides awesome.
It's so solid. Dude, I've literally just driven from Syracuse to Endicott just to dick with that rail.
It can't be 100 feet. Maybe 50.
It ain't 100 feet. I bet you it's more than 50 feet. God, I have a half dozen clips on that thing. I only have actually got the whole rail once though. But I've done a bunch of different variants. I've rode off the ledge on top and dropped pegs on it. I did pegs to over tooth chink. And I tried to do a pegs to over crook, and I think that was the only time I ever got sacked in my life. Was on that rail, and that's where I ended it. So I do.
You got
I probably won't ever try
there.
I probably won't ever try that. It would be nice to get redemption on it, but I don't think I'll probably ever try that again. That was a rough day.
That rail, and then
but it's barely.
I know
tall
you
enough.
rode it with me. I don't know if you were there when I was trying to do the whole thing. That curved rail by Penn Hill Skate Park in Pittsburgh. That was a slight uphill behind. It went behind a pole and then curved to the right, and then had like this where it got hit by a bus or something.
It's not ringing a bell right now.
That rail was one of my favorite rails.
I've ridden a million spots in Pittsburgh.
I never got the whole thing. I did the whole thing up through the like bent part.
Oh wait, is it like
behind the pole and
by
fence?
The bridge?
It's right next to that Penn Hill Skate Park, the prefab one, where all the stuff's movable.
Is it kind of in the woods?
Yeah.
What's that park that's like in the woods?
That's Sheridan.
Sheridan. That's what I'm thinking of.
So
I'm not sure. About that.
So I did that all the way, and I got it finally like one where I stood all the way back up and almost made it to the end and started to tip and hopped over and then crashed on the hop over.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah. It was broken, right?
Yeah.
The end of it was broken. Then I tried it.
You got it up and around behind the first pole, yeah.
Did I actually get a clip on it?
I thought so.
Holy shit. Is that spot still there?
No, it got demoed.
I was going to say, because that spot was rough.
But it was so awesome.
Dude, that rail was sick. Wasn't it a thread the needle too?
Yeah, double thread. You had the pole and you had a fence.
Where's that footage? I know I filmed something on that.
Might be on my GoPro.
I don't think that ever made it on. Maybe I didn't get the clip. I remember doing a thread the needle on it now. Because there was 2 sections of it, right?
Yeah, well, it was like the whole thing, yeah. No, that spot was so awesome.
Wow, man, I have ridden all over Pittsburgh. I forgot about that.
That was my like favorite rail spot.
You know,
the Glendale
did you
one's
ever,
really good,
dude,
too.
at Glendale, did you ever get that like up ledge to whip?
Got so close so many times. It was just such a tough approach.
And I mean, the ledge is 6 inches wide also.
That
and
was
it's like
that
45
was
degrees.
never an issue. But it was just a tough approach.
That's what makes it
at
worth it, though.
And then it was always hard to get people to
Looks
want
like we
to be
both
at
have
that
some
spot.
redemption at Glendale.
I don't even know if that's still there now.
It was
That was sinking. It was in like a sinkhole up at the top.
Oh yeah.
But that
and
spot
then
may
there's-
or may not be where the rails for the roller coaster rail at HCS came from.
The rail? It's really for the upcoming thing, or it's been there.
No, the
the yellow-
roller coaster rail. Yeah, the yellow one.
Yeah. Okay, I thought you meant like the rail.
From
Yeah.
that set.
Allegedly,
Maybe.
could be.
They look
They're
like
modeled
they could
after
be.
it. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm making the connection now. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I love that. I love that rail. I've spent a lot of, dude. I would go there by myself. Like I said, it's hour and change from Syracuse to get there. I would go there with like 2-gallon jugs of water, set the tripod up at the bottom, dude, and I would just fucking go send myself down that rail for hours at a time. And there's like not in that whole complex. There's like not security or something. It was a ghost town every time.
There
I
is.
went.
But
I
I think each building or each business has its own security. I don't think the complex necessarily has its own.
I never got hassled once ever.
Yeah,
All the
it's
times
very
I've been
weird.
there. That's probably the other reason why I loved it so much, because you could literally just post up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, that rail's awesome.
A little bit of a shift of gears, but back to one of the very first things you said on this podcast.
Sure.
You got out of house framing.
Yes.
How do you feel about that decision in the current market of houses and building?
I mean, for me, it's worked out good because the commercial stuff of it is like insane. I have more work that I can possibly keep up with, but I'm still taking on, like you could see behind me, there's siding material and everything all around us. I'm in the middle of 2 like siding jobs and stuff, but the rough framing stuff, there's a lot of money to be made at it, but you have to frame a house like every 2-3 weeks and you have to be on to the next one. It's a staggering pace to keep up, and at the end of the day, the money's good and it's not great.
Well, but isn't that market kind of like in a weird spot right now from the builders that are doing like whole cul-de-sacs and stuff, right? Like
honestly, that industry changed in 2008.
Well, I know it changed in 2008.
It's never been the same since, in my experience.
And then I feel like maybe the 2021, 2022, it started to get it like
The
back
market
to,
was flaming hot at that point.
right, but now they can't
Yeah.
they can't move what they've got. And
So there's full developments that are like built with homes that are just sitting now, because now the market's cooling off, but they still want $75K, $750K for these houses that are on 0.1 of an acre. You know, it's like there's a development right next to. I'm in the village of Marcellus now, which is a rural, suburb, 15 minutes, 20 minutes southwest of Syracuse. and it's the next town over from Skinny Atlas, which is one of the bougiest towns in the Finger Lakes region. So we get a little bit of offshoot. It's like the people that don't quite have the nuts to pull the trigger on something in Skinny Atlas kind of end up in Marcellus. So the market in Marcellus is it's still super inflated. So there's this development right down the street from me called Baltimore Ridge. And they're stacked right on top of each other, no property, still going for damn near $1 million. And it's like something has to, I think, just like 2008, something's got to implode at some point.
I think it's being propped up on sticks
and I don't
right now,
it's a slightly different problem because I think in 2008 it was
all the subprime mortgages. And
they were putting people in homes that they knew they couldn't fucking afford. I don't know if that's still a similar problem, but I know the market is super 30-40% inflated above what it should yield.
I don't know if that'll ever drop, though. And the reason I say that is, and I said this right from 2020, people, when the market went crazy, it was like, oh, well, everyone's overpaying for homes. And it's like, yeah, maybe the first person that pays, $250,000 in a $200,000 neighborhood, maybe they overpaid.
Right.
But then by the time, the next guy and the next guy and the next guy and the next guy and the next guy all buy homes in that neighborhood and every one of them paid $250,000.
Yeah.
How is it not a $250,000 neighborhood now by all the comps?
Yeah.
Every recent comp that a real estate agent is going to run is going to show that that's a $250K neighborhood.
Yeah, right.
So, did they really get hosed, or did they buy early into that where now their property is worth what they paid for it?
Yeah, so maybe it's just what you perceive to be a good deal on a place, maybe that just means you got in there a little bit. You got in there early enough.
I mean,
but if you waited 6 months or a year, then yeah, like you say, it's like now the market's actually yielding. Now the market can actually absorb and or yield this level. So yeah, it's
I mean, there's no arguing. You can say it was because of an anomaly, but if you look at all the real estate history in the last 3 to 4 years,
right,
you're going to show that it's consistent. So unless people start taking major losses, which is entirely possible, that people that have to sell their home might end up having to sell it for less because of the mortgage rates and everything.
That's where it's
going.
Headed, yes. And my wife isn't. She did realty for about a decade. Got out of it in the past couple of years. But my partner that I'm actually leasing this building with, his girlfriend is currently a realtor, a big time realtor, and she kind of seems to echo the same thing. She goes, right now it's a seller's market all day, every day, but she goes that they can actually kind of see the end of that. So the days of it, it might not necessarily be a huge advantage to it might not be a full swing pendulum to a buyer's market, but the seller's market is cooling off. So just like you say, the sellers are like, yeah, let's go. But those days are kind of getting close to being done.
The real estate agent that we were working with, well, it's two, but they were like, we're very confused about the market right now, because she said last year at this time, and this was a year and some change ago now,
all right,
but last year at that time, they were watching 100 short sales and foreclosures a week. I think was or a month or something. A week. I think it was a week.
Damn.
But regardless, it's a large number of short sales and foreclosures all happening in a market.
Yeah.
If that's happening there, it's happening a lot of other places.
Uh-huh.
she said
you could take any
it
small
usually
segment.
takes upwards of a year for these houses that go through that to then hit the market from the banks. But they're not on the market.
Right.
So what's happening? Are they trying to avoid a crash by just hanging on to them right now and only letting some out at a time? At the same time, maybe they're never hitting the market because maybe the BlackRocks of the world are just buying up
everything
that goes
Literally
into foreclosure, and they never have to hit the market of the foreclosed home, which artificially inflates the market further, which then promotes BlackRock as a giant landlord conglomerate.
That's why the market gets inflated, because BlackRock can spend 100% above what market value is.
Now we're getting canceled.
And not even break a sweat. Yeah. BlackRock's bad news, man. You get someone that's got that much of a monopoly over a certain market or industry is just not a good policy. I don't care what you think about it. I feel that way with anything. The Facebooks of the world, the BlackRocks of the world, whatever. You give someone that much power consolidated to one entity is just bad policy. And I am a free market capitalist all day, but I believe there's got to be checks and balances and restraints here and there. There has to be competition. You can't consolidate stuff to one area.
Similar to that, it's the argument about free speech, that free speech only exists if you squash out the anti-Semitic freedoms.
Right. It's either you are or you're out. It's a light switch. You can't, either the light's on or the light's off, homie. I'm sorry. But if you want to have free speech, then you got to have the speech that you hate. That's all there is to it. And there's a different, I don't even really fucking believe, well, let's start getting canceled. So I don't even really believe in hate speech. I think you can be a douchebag and spout off a bunch of bullshit that's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. Mm-hmm. And maybe you should get your ass kicked for what you say. I'm all about it. But you can't limit that speech either. If you want to say a bunch of homophobic, racist shit, which again, it's whatever.
Well, right, but yes, you can say it, but it's the rest of society's job to not tolerate intolerance.
Sure. It's got to come from the people.
Yes, you can say it, but you, in those cases, rightfully should be canceled.
Yeah, you might lose a tooth. So, yeah, I don't think it should ever be our governing elite's job to be like, yeah, well,
you can't say that.
Yeah, because but you can't let them have that. So,
no,
yeah, I don't believe in it.
But it's totally fair for a company to go, because you say that, we want nothing to do with you.
Correct.
Because that's private.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's totally fair. I think it's more or less
like
the same argument I make about drugs. I think all drugs should be legal. I think because they should be regulated. And I think that we all have a lot of friends that would be here still if they could have gotten regulated and clean and controlled substances instead of something mixed with something else.
Yeah, that might have saved a person or two, but on the whole...
But at the same time,
I don't see a net positive for society being like, let's make everything legal.
Well, I think that the prison system sucks.
Yeah, we agree on that all day.
So that's fair.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think putting someone in a cage for a certain amount of time
makes them institutionalized. Then it may as well just be legalized, and you can then tax it and everything. But I also think that employers should be able to choose not to hire people that are on a certain schedule of narcotics.
Or not serve people.
Keep them scheduled, like how they schedule them in Class 1, Class 2, or Schedule 2, or whatever.
Yeah.
But if someone is doing meth, then maybe this agency or this company isn't going to hire meth addicts. Mm-hmm. And they should have the right to choose that, the same as that person has the right to choose to do it.
Yeah, Yeah.
However, it leaves the gray area for alcohol and cigarettes. And in I would say weed is like whatever.
Yeah, weed's kind of whatever.
But the harder drugs, maybe you can't be doing this job. At the same time, if you show up to work every day and you do an okay job, who am I to say that you can't go smoke crack on the weekends?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, it's not a cut and dry take. But overall, I just think that they should just be legal. Yeah. Legalize them, regulate them, control them, and tax them.
I just think I don't. Yeah, maybe I could probably be on board with maybe decriminalizing it, but for a different reason. My take might be a little bit more grimmer, and this will probably get me in trouble, but I think if you pick up a drug habit, now, at the very beginning, the choice to use a drug always starts with a choice.
False.
How so?
Let's start with you break your leg and the doctor starts prescribing you Vicodin.
Great point.
And because the doctor prescribed it, you don't think you're doing anything wrong.
Correct.
And, it still hurts a little bit, and you might not even realize that you're kind of hooked on it. You're just like, it'd really be nice. And they just keep giving it to you.
Yeah, I love
until
that. Until
all of a sudden...
opioids, totally good all day. This is the ultimate painkiller, no side effects. Yeah, it's a fantastic point.
Until they cut you off cold and go,
and then
you've been on this for
hooked.
too long, you can't get Vicodin anymore. And now you're like,
come on, man, I'm sick, man.
And your brain doesn't even realize that it's an addiction. You just think you still hurt.
All right, so that is.
And now you're buying them on the black market.
Wherever, doing whatever.
And then you're spending a lot of money on Vicodin. They're like, hey, this is a lot cheaper for the amount that you're buying.
Yeah.
And now you're on different stuff.
That's a fantastic argument, and I didn't even think about that. And it is a good point. And how to police that, I don't know.
There's no liability on the drug companies and pharmaceutical
and luckily,
companies.
and I've never even been on the flip side of that, because I have, knock on wood, I haven't had to have any major surgery in my entire life, so I've never had to actually deal with any of the real strong painkillers. So when that day comes, I am criminally fearful of the choice I'll have to make, because everyone's like, oh, well, it's such a small amount, but everything that I've been led to believe is that it only takes a little bit amount for you to be like, oh, I really fucking need this. So, like you said, I think things have tightened up a little on medically prescribed opioids. I think they've, in the past few years, tightened that up a little. I think they were giving out candy 10 years ago. It was the ultimate thing.
Well, and a lot of the time, those higher end, it's not even Vicodin, it's Oxycontin.
Right,
Oxycodone or whatever, any of those. And then, when you're trying to buy that, it's like, well, you might as well just buy heroin, because it is substantially cheaper.
But I know right now, I can go out and get Oxy right now.
Yeah.
So that is a fantastic argument. As I sit here, I don't really have...
And those people should not be in the criminal system because a doctor misled them.
We can agree on that. Yeah, for sure. So, yes, in that instance, false, as you say. For everything else and the like. And the other instance I can think of is for all the people that are buying Mexican cocaine that's laced with fentanyl that they don't know about, which it's all, and
And heroin laced with fentanyl.
And heroin laced with fentanyl, which it takes like a dust kernel of fentanyl to off you. I don't. So I actually just listened to this. I actually just read this book called Blood Money by Peter Schweizer, and it specifically deals with a lot of, I don't know if it's common now, it's something I just found out about, but a lot of or almost exclusively all the fentanyl that's coming up through our southern border right now is supplied to Mexico through China. Mm-hmm. China is the manufacturer of the synthetic, they're like the main manufacturer of synthetic opioids, and they're literally shipping it, and then they're like washing their hands of it, be like, oh no, it's not coming from China, it's the Mexican cartel. So the Mexican cartels are literally doing China's dirty work. So, but the fentanyl crisis, it is a real thing, and that's, in my head, that's what.
Well, and that is the whole essence of my argument, is like, regardless of whether you chose to start doing drugs on your own or not.
But that's another thing that I'm saying,
controlling it.
Like in the medical field, if you're just, obviously the choice to buy coke or heroin is obviously, that's a choice. You didn't choose to OD on fentanyl that day. So again, the waters get a little muddy on that, but realistically, in that instance, if you take away the fentanyl aspect of it, it was a choice to purchase and use that drug. I find it harder in that case to have sympathy for the person down the road, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, addiction is a disease. Yeah, I guess, maybe, sure.
I think that is, I think that was debunked with, was it rats in a cage that were, I'm trying to think what this was. They were given just two waters. One was laced with drugs, the other was just plain water. And in a caged environment where there was nothing else going on, every single rat chooses the drug-laced water until they die.
Yeah,
when they did like the rat park where they had a whole bunch of stuff for the rats to do, none of them preferred the drug-laced water.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if I know that specific one, but
it's like a bunch of environmental factors that drive addiction, not inherently that it itself is a disease.
I'm willing to believe it plays a puzzle piece, but for people to just...
I also think people are predisposed with addictive personalities.
Yeah, that's true. I have to believe that's true. Yeah, sure.
I mean, we all know people that it's like everything they get into, they're in at 110%.
Right. So, so for those instances where it was a choice and then they got hooked, those people, it's like, all right, yeah, fine. Legalize drugs, but you're gonna die. And I find it hard, call me whatever you want to call me, but I find it a lot harder in that instance to have sympathy.
How is it any different than cigarettes, which are already legal? I mean, that warning is on every single pack.
Same deal. Policy applies to that. If you get lung cancer, I find it really hard to have sympathy for you. But, they're designed to be so addictive. Yeah, but you didn't have to start. Like, when did you start? When you were a baby? When you didn't have cognitive function?
I'm going to say that a lot of people that start smoking start before they are
They're
adults.
way before they're 18. Yeah. I believe that's true, yeah.
13, 14 is probably a good guess.
Yeah, but you're going to say no one in your life ever said, smoking, that's not really good for you. You probably shouldn't.
Yeah, probably while sitting on a couch smoking a cigarette and driving you around smoking cigarettes. What's the difference if you're already getting secondhand smoke at home and in the car all the time?
But neither here nor there. So, I feel the same way about that. I don't know. Yeah, like, yeah, if that's
it's not a cut and dry. It's not like a black and white
I think
take.
it's situational.
But
I tend to lean towards the less sympathetic, personally. I think people have more faculty over their choices than they want to believe, and I think that makes it easier to have sympathy where it's probably misplaced. For right or wrong. So yeah, I mean, I would probably be on board with probably legalizing more drugs just because of the fact that, dare I say, it weeds out the herd. I don't know how to explain it. Like,
yeah, no, I'm with you on that too. I also think that there's like,
I know that's grim. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but if you are
dumb enough to do it in the first place.
I guess if you're easily duped into believing that you can better your life by using this substance, I don't know how. After the fact, saying I don't know who you were before that. Maybe you were about to be a productive person of society, on to the next great thing.
But I also think
post drugs, I think you forfeited that right. So,
I think our generation's like parents and schools failed us in the DARE program though, because
not to date yourself.
Well, because they touted everything as equally bad.
Yeah.
And you can't tell kids that are, a large portion will inevitably try cigarettes or drinking at some point in their life. You can't teach them that is equally as bad as smoking weed, is equally as bad as doing cocaine, is equally as bad as shooting up heroin. They are,
and it's not person to person either. Because I've had like 90-year-old grandparents that smoked till the day they died and lived to be 95.
Right.
So
right.
Not of lung cancer either.
Chance.
So yeah. But what do I know?
But if you teach people that are young and impressionable that these are equivalent, and then you go smoke a cigarette, you go, well, that was nothing like they said it was going to be.
Like this, yeah.
This isn't going to be anything either. And
that
now
euphoric burst, and then it's.
But
apparently, cigarettes are really tough to come back from too. I've never smoked one cigarette my whole life, so.
Likewise. But
I've smoked a handful of weed, and I didn't actually drink. I didn't have my first alcoholic drink until I was like 35. So I am really, if anything, I'm happy that I chose that path, because if I got a hold of alcohol or weed earlier on in life, who knows? I don't typically have a addictive personality in that way, but regardless, I waited till well into adulthood to pick my vices. So, I kick back with a stiff glass of scotch pretty much every weekend, and I don't ever think about it. It's like I don't think about it, dream about it. I can go weeks without it. It's whatever. And I don't really, I kind of dialed way back. And when I say dialed, I don't think I've smoked weed in like 2 years, maybe more. Mm-hmm. And maybe I will again. I don't know. Like I don't have any right now, and I would just.
You're not looking for it either.
I would just super casually just be like, I'm feeling chill tonight. Because all that same alcohol or weed, all it makes me do is just go to sleep. I'm such a lightweight in both things that it knocks me right out. So it's like, if I really want to sleep, I would, have a couple hits out of a bowl and, call it good. But
so I've never smoked. I've had some drinks here and there, but I notice anytime I've even had like a drink, I've had a couple drinks. I've never felt any sort of buzz.
Yeah.
But I felt myself shut down.
And you're like, what's the point?
Be extra grumpy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, I'm not even feeling anything and I'm being a douche to people.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with this.
Yeah, right.
And even being around, like when people are smoking weed, the smell annoys me.
Yeah.
Like I just get annoyed and I get grumpy and I'm like, I don't think any of this stuff would be for me. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Like if I'm annoyed and grumpy not doing it, I can't imagine how I'm going to be doing it.
I didn't smoke any weed in my whole life until 2020, until COVID was when I bought my first ounce. And I smoked a bunch in 2020, a bunch in 2021 as I recall. And then by like 22 and then pretty much on. Yeah, it's easily been 2 years since I've smoked. I smoked up those couple of ounces and then I guess I just got bored for a minute during COVID and it was what it was. But I started drinking a few years before that. But yeah, I just get goofy and sleepy and.
You see, I shut down just around it and I'm like, I'm getting no enjoyment out of this.
And actually I got stuff from which our mutual friend. You might want to. I don't know if he wants people to know that. I don't know if you need to bleep that out or not. I guess maybe we'll have to make that judgment.
I thought everyone knew that.
Well, maybe they do. So if this needs to be bleeped out, we can bleep it, I guess.
Now you're gonna make me listen back through this whole thing just to catch that?
I don't know. He's a homie. I don't want to blow him up. I know. But I got stuff from him, and it was one of the last times that I ever smoked, and I had a couple hits of his stuff, and I thought I was going to do a wake and bake. It was like a Saturday morning. I smoked at probably 8:30, and took a couple hits, and then I was in an apartment in downtown Syracuse, and it was this really cool second story, and it had this giant sunroom with 10 windows, and it had a cool view of the city. And I sat out in the sunroom, took a couple hits, 8:30 in the morning, and then I opened my eyes, and it was like 3 in the morning. I slept the entire day into the night, into the next morning, and I woke up at 3 in the morning with thirstier than a motherfucker, and I called him the next day. I was like, dude, your stuff is insane, and I ended up giving the rest of that ounce away. I was like, I can't do that again. Like, my tolerance is so goddamn low for like real weed that I was just kind of like, all right, like, I don't feel any way about it. It's cool. It's whatever. If someone hands me a joint, I'll take a hit off it. But as far as like keeping a consistent stock in the house, probably not. It's just, so yeah, it's just like, what's the point? What's the point of just sleeping for 15 hours? Like, I don't know. So I'm definitely not one of those functional, and we all know people that are like total, like have to multiple times a day or total functioning.
No, they don't have to, Roz. They're not addicted.
Yeah, weed's not addictive.
They don't.
Same thing with alcohol.
They don't need it right when they wake up, and they don't need it on their drive to work, and they don't need it on their lunch break, and they don't need it right after work, and they don't need it before they go to bed. And they don't need it in the middle of the night when they wake up for an hour.
A little midnight snacky poo, yeah, right. So, yeah, I mean, I just don't have an addictive personality in that way, so that's always a good thing. But.
I say I don't, and then I'm like, man, do I love riding bikes.
Hey.
And then.
You're a fucking addict, dude.
And then, like...
No, it's 10. It's almost 11 at night.
I know how long we've been recording.
How long? Oh, it's been... you got here at 4. We started recording at 5:30, right?
Yeah. No, not quite.
It was closer to 6?
Yeah, I think so.
Holy shit. What's the record?
I don't know.
I think I saw one was over 5 hours.
Maybe. But see, I just don't break them up. Like, everyone's like, oh, you should break them into, like, chunks. And it's like, YouTube will bring it right back up where you left off. And all your podcast apps will just pause it. So.
It's cool that it's worked out like this. Because yesterday I was actually going to make a bullet point of things I wanted to be brought up, but which we got out of the way in the first hour. Mm-hmm. And then this has literally been rant after rant after rant, which is all well and good and fine. Most people are probably tuned out by now. Like, any of the BMX homies have gotten out of this what they wanted already, talking about the, like, space. So it's like, now it's just whoever is out mowing their lawn right now.
I mean, these are the better ones, though. Like,
yeah, because I'm like a completely typical dude. Like, there's nothing. The only thing that's like unique about, well, not even unique. I guess just I will say a strong point is that nothing is. I'll talk about whatever. I don't. You know, I've gotten death threats. I mean, you name it, man. I've gotten, you know, because I'm like I'm a crazy extreme right wing extremist.
Yeah, I think you're pretty crazy.
Conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat wearing, you know, motherfucker. So I've gotten hit from all angles. I know people that are listening to this have literally given me like hate, so on the DMs. But I guess it's just kind of per the course for some of this stuff. I'm just too.
I think a lot of people are very. I think a lot of people, even yourself, I don't think you're crazy right wing. I think you're more or less centrist. More or less. You have people that are so far off the deep end.
And so, well.
But I think also people have been, not to go super political, but I think people have been like, not necessarily speaking their own beliefs and just reiterating things that they hear.
Oh man, yeah.
And it takes a while for you to realize what you personally do or don't believe, and it should evolve over time. If it hasn't evolved over time, then you're not consuming information, real information, and you're just following someone else's narrative.
Yeah, which I have evolved to where I'm at. I mean, I don't know. I can't say, I guess, that I was like particularly left wing, but I was like certainly kind of like a proggy hippie dude, you know, years and years ago. Well, and then after, you know, I was partnered up with my father, taking on more into the business, and now, you know, being like, you know, a business owner of a few different businesses. Now in retrospect, it's like all that like stuff, you know, it's like cool to have all those like progressive thoughts when you're a kid, but then it's like you get into the real world and it's like, you know, man, like free market capitalism actually isn't like the devil, and like not everybody around you is Hitler. Like, you can like calm down. It's like we're all just like trying to like make our way. So
well, no, but everything has to be is one or the other, extremely polarized.
Yeah.
It's either communism or it's
either you're a commie or you're a goddamn fascist. Like, yeah, it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just a small business owner that just wants to pay a little less in taxes. Like, I don't. Yeah, so I don't know. But I've taken, you know, and there was a time when, and I'm even willing to say that there's been a time in the past where like I kind of got a giggle out of like trolling people that way.
Yeah.
And people always take the bait. Always. But you know, then you're just like, I don't know, it's whatever. It's fun you get like a little warm fuzzy giggle out of it for a little bit, and then you're like, I mean, we all just want the same shit. You know, the essence of America is we're always going to disagree on how to get from A to B, but we all want to get to B. So it's, I don't know, figure it the fuck out.
Yeah, but it breaks down to, are you riding your skateboard to be, your bike to be, your rollerblades to be, or your scooter to be?
Yo, man, put those scoot kids in front. They can take all the hits. I love you, scoot kids. I'm just playing. But get
up there.
I don't care. Yeah, get up there. I don't know what's up there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, things have never been more divisive. And as of the recording of this, we got a attempted assassination attempt, and shit just seems to be getting more and more divided. So it's things are pretty interesting. There's always something to read about, learn about. Yeah, I don't know.
When are you putting out season 2 of your podcast?
Yo, it actually didn't do too bad, and I do zero. Did you listen to?
I listened to your whole season 1.
So that was what,
2018 or 19?
Yeah, it must have been a little bit pre. Yeah, it was because it was way before the last election. It was gonna do 10 episodes. I actually have. And I literally would I would handwrite the full script. And I did 10 in season 1, and I have 8. I think I have 8 of season 2 that I wrote immediately, like during COVID. I immediately wrote most of the second season out already, and it's just, I'll probably get there. But for those of you who don't know, I don't even know if I want to let it get out, because I hardly ever got positive feedback from it. It was all just people pissed off.
I mean, it was well done.
For the amount of time that I actually spent on it.
People should be able to engage in public discourse and listen to opposing opinions.
And then go out for a beer after.
And either agree or disagree, but...
Yeah. That's my shit. That's my whole shtick in life. Is like... I love the debate, but it's like, can you not make it a personal attack, please? That's not what I'm about. That's like not the point of this mortal coil. That ain't the point of any of this. So it's like, yeah. So a lot of people just can't hang. Most people probably can't hang as a product of this divisive environment. I don't know, probably, but. So, yeah, I did this podcast called The Freedom 15, and the original premises of it was I took an attempt at picking these super, super hot button issues, and I would try to break them down and explain them from a conservative-ish standpoint, but I would try to do it in 15 minutes or less, which proved to be an impossible task because I had... 2 of them were like 17 minutes and the rest were like 30. Mm-hmm. Like it was just, I had way too much like on the brain to me to break it down. So yeah, man, I like went right into it. Feminism, abortion, climate change. I went just fucking swinging for the fences. I was like, yo.
Yeah, how many hate messages can I get in a short period of time?
I will honestly say it got exhausting. It was like just random people I've never talked to. Because I posted it. I would post the links on all my... I had a bunch of social at that time. Now all I have is my personal Instagram for no worries. And I have a Facebook just for my business. I don't even have personal stuff on it at all. And I wanted to buy some parts for one of my work trucks on Marketplace. So I started one for the business just so I could communicate to this guy in Marketplace. And now I don't even really have a use for it. But so I would get just people I never talked to because I don't know how Facebook even works, to be honest. I was like, how did you even get this link? Number one.
So it'll be like if I liked that you posted it, right? Like, oh, Roz did a thing, like. Yeah. Then it'll be like to my mutual friends that I liked this thing that you posted.
Oh, yeah, okay, oh, yeah, all right.
And then...
Because it was almost always
But it's probably
people I never talked to or didn't
and they
even
probably never listened to it.
And it just, I like just about never respond. Pretty much never respond. My policy is to pretty much just never take the bait.
Yeah.
It got exhausting after a while. So, but at the same time, that also leads me to believe that's like, all right, you got your finger on the pulse. Maybe this is where you need to keep going.
Well,
so I do plan.
But I don't think you're. I think there's two different takes. One, it's totally worth doing if it's something you believe in and
sure,
and enjoy and like talking about and all that.
Yep.
I also, in probably 99% of the cases, don't think anyone's opinion is changing, and I don't even think they're going to listen.
Right.
I think no matter either side of the fence, 75% of the people aren't even going to click on it and listen to one thing.
Yeah.
But they're already going to have an opinion. And then 99% aren't going to change their opinion, not even think about it. They're going to start the episode with, this guy's 100% right or this guy's a moron.
Yeah. Which, well, it's usually both. Yeah. But I had, so it was fun and rewarding. And like you said, the only reason for me to do it was because I felt it was right and true. And trying to expose truth is, among anything, should, be one's goal. So, I didn't, if I did get anyone else thinking or changing anyone else's mind, they sure as shit didn't reach out to me. So that's that goal would be a goal, but it's definitely in the top 5 goals. It's probably 6 because people are rigid.
Did it impact any of your like actual real life personal friendships and stuff?
Nothing personal, no.
Okay, so like people that's what I figured. People that know you.
It was all people I never met. Well, I won't name names. There is probably 2 to 3 people from our little clique that did reach out, and one was ultra negative, like real nasty. I'm like, yo, man, we've been homies forever. Like, what are you doing right now? And then a couple other ones were like, yeah, man. They were basically at the end of the day, they were like, we feel this, but we can't say that we feel this. And I was like, man, I'm just at the point in my life. I'm like, I'm too old. I got too much going on. I don't care.
I think there's a lot of closet conservatives.
I think so. So, and I don't even know. I tend to agree with a lot of traditional conservative ideal, but I don't know. I suppose I call myself a conservative, but I don't really care if that's the term or not. It's just...
Well, see, I can't call myself that because I think about it like this, and it's a very, very, very simple take. I will say
a true conservative is against legalizing any drugs all day. So we probably both...
And 100% against, homosexuality and people.
Generally, yeah.
So my take is simple. I don't understand why we can't be conservative with our money, but treat people with basic human decency.
Yeah.
And it's like, you can't do it. I don't understand why.
It doesn't seem like the two-party system wants to allow that.
Because you wouldn't need 2 parties.
You either got to be all in or all out. But I will say, there was a few years ago, there was a time period when I was a registered libertarian, and I've since decided that libertarianism is not really for me either because it focuses too much on the non-aggression principle, which is basically a fancy way of just saying laissez-faire. You do me, or you do me. I'll do me, you do you, whatever. Hands off completely, like we can coexist. Mm-hmm. But I do believe that there are some truths, inalienable truths that have to exist in society that we all have to abide by. You can't just have a free-for-all. There
No, you
has to
can't.
be some amount of government. There has to be some amount of forceful enforcement, i.e. military, police, the like. There has to be some small amount of that. So libertarianism is just kind of like, it's not anarchy, but it's 2 steps away. That's kind of the hallmark of, and I just don't, I go, you don't have a society at that point. It's every man for himself. We don't march through a future as we don't have a society.
But it takes an entirely, like, you have to assume everyone is good in that take.
Precisely. You have to assume the heart of man is good, and if anything has ever been proven true, is that man left to its own devices is capable of the most horrific atrocities one couldn't even imagine in your nightmares. So, that being said, although it's imperfect, I'm the first to admit it's imperfect, and the founding of this nation was imperfect, having a judicial system and a way to enforce it is the best thing that we have going. It ain't perfect. As we both clearly agree on, our prison system is the biggest fucking waste of money, horribly flawed. Maybe 50% of the people behind bars right now probably don't need to be there. But
so I'm just going to throw this out there then. Not a conservative take.
That's not a conservative take. I believe that generally a purist conservative tends to believe that you can't have enough people in jail because they want to make sure that these laws are enforced. I tend to veer on the side of, for non-aggressive drug offenses, I'd be willing to deal with those in different ways via therapy or, I don't know. I'm not smart enough of a person to weed that out.
Other alternative treatment.
I don't necessarily think that for those particular cases and probably several other cases that putting someone away into a cage with potentially an actual violent person is probably the way to solve that issue or deal with that person or certainly rehabilitate them.
It's not about
but I don't claim to be smart enough to work my way through that. These are just my feelings. But
I think one of the concerns from, like, you're saying with some level of, police or whatever.
You got to have some cohesion.
I agree with when you go, like, even way back, you've got a sheriff, right? Like a town sheriff or a whatever.
Okay.
And they're dealing with the real issues that happen in their area. Not menial traffic tickets and just little peripheral garbage. It's all nonsense. The current police system is built in the Industrial Revolution,
which is 1920s.
Late 1800s.
Up to 1920s, yeah.
So it's built in that era, and the protect and serve is not people. It was petitioned for by the businesses and the banks.
Right.
So it's to protect and serve the businesses and banks.
To curb uprisings of the working class.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's a replacement for slavery.
In a lot of ways, yeah. Even still, yeah.
It was.
Sure.
It was.
Right. Certainly it was, yes. Yeah, I agree on that.
So I think the entire system as it stands is flawed inherently because people think it's to protect and serve them, and it's not.
Well, that's their whole shtick, protect and serve, right? So, yeah. And again, abolish the police? No, that's retarded.
No, reform it.
Yes. There's always something to be done, but... Yeah, you get these people that are like, defund the police. It's like, that's not it.
That's not going to help.
That's not it. Yeah, that doesn't solve anything. Like, but yeah, maybe do away with make police unions illegal, maybe because all it does is protect bad cops.
What about? I don't know. Union busting is pretty conservative, Roz.
I don't like unions at all. I don't like labor unions. I'll be the first. I have tons of friends that have great careers in unions, but all I do is fuck the market up for the little guy. I'm the little guy. Yeah, fuck it. I do tons of commercial work, like I said, in this country's largest hotel chains. You can name it. I have millwork done in them, and there's tons of union workers on there, and it makes my skin crawl. The amount of waste, neglect, like this whole attitude of it's not my problem. It's like what are you here for?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Well, I think they are good at the high corporate level to protect the workers from the conglomerate like nightmares.
But there's a lot of laws at the federal level that already do that job.
I think so now.
Now, I believe labor unions, like we said, in the post-industrial revolution era, there was a time and place for labor unions.
Now, are those laws strong enough that if you took them away completely, that it's not like, haha, gotcha?
It's an argument. I don't know. I don't think you could rip it off like a Band-Aid, because that probably would happen.
These people in these places are major contributors in the local market. It's not like you talk about a major corporation and it's not like they're employing 50 people and you can just go somewhere else and get a different job.
Right.
You know, you're talking about probably the number one, maybe number two, and number three employers are all the same company with three different, divisions. And then
again, I'm all about busting up monopolies.
And then the entire infrastructure surrounding it and probably 50 to 100 other small businesses around that exist solely to support those three.
Yeah.
So if you really start doing that, it's like, haha, we're just not going to pay you what you wanted, and good luck finding anything else. We'll just pull out of here. So I think there's still merit to them. But I also have witnessed just nightmares. I work, with a lot of different unions at the plants, and there will be parts that are me to you apart from where we're doing the installation, but they're technically through a doorway.
Yeah.
They will not do the work because those parts have not been delivered to site yet for that work. Meaning, if they were put on the other side of the doorway, they could pick them up and do the work. But if someone from the material handlers group sees one of the maintenance guys carrying a part from room A to room B, they're going to go file a grievance with their union that you're taking their work away. And then you're going to have to go sit through a hearing about, why were you moving this part? And well, it was right there. And yeah, but it hadn't been delivered to your room yet. Yeah,
dude. You're preaching to the choir, man.
It's a nightmare. And what ends up happening is
and that's
you'll
what I
be
said.
sitting
There's a lot
there.
of this not my job ethic that exists.
Well, so it's not, I don't think of it as a not my job in that sense. I think of it as a not your job.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
I know
sure.
it's like splitting hairs, but
right.
But they just I think most people there just want to go in and get their work done. I don't think anyone actually enjoys sitting here staring at the parts that they want to be installing and be done and go home, that they know ultimately they're going to be here this weekend too, because now they're so far behind because these idiots won't deliver these parts and they can't send a material handler over here fast enough. They're going to spend 6 hours sitting there waiting. And now they got to work Saturday and Sunday too to make up for it. And it's a waste of everyone's money. and it's a waste of the workers' time. And I don't think it's the union's fault necessarily. I think it's that they've created a culture that just demands like nobody to do anything.
You could say
Inaction.
fucking crybabies. I mean, I see
demands inaction.
Yeah, I just see it. Yeah, I mean,
and you know, I'm sure that in that scenario that I just explained, where they're sitting there like that, I'm certain that at least one of those people had just recently probably had to miss a day or two's worth of work to go to a union grievance.
I couldn't imagine.
And hear out something stupid like that. And now that guy's getting paid for work that didn't matter, and you're getting docked, and you missed work over this. Like, right. It's all ridiculous.
Right. And you have to bring how many other parties into the equation with additional salaries that they're being paid, sucking off the teat of the union to administratively deal with, you know, said issue. But yeah, so and I just want to clear the air and say that I personally know I have friends, family, homies that work in unions that a couple of them I know are listening to this very podcast probably. And I want to say, I'm not faulting you. I get it. Like you said, it's not the worker's fault. It's the way that now the ethic of the union has been swayed, and they have so much money and so much power that they can just fuck off.
Well, and what options do you have too?
And they suck people in there because they're like, oh, when you're a journeyman, you're going to make $80 an hour. It's like they suck you in, and it's like, I get it. I don't fault you for that. But I will say that I've never been a member of a union, and I make 3 times that amount an hour, and I've never fucked anyone over in the process either.
Yeah, but I'm sure you had the opportunity to join the carpenters union.
100. I had 100 opportunities. They would have loved me, but it just,
But how many jobs are you ineligible for in the local area, not traveling, because you're not in the union?
A lot.
Right, exactly.
So that's why I say fuck unions.
Yeah, no, I'm
I'm
with
saying.
you on that.
That's what I'm saying. The unions inflate the market. They make things so costly and wasteful that it pushes guys like me right out of the market. I can't compete with that. So that's why I say, as a true free market capitalist, fuck unions. I'm sorry. And in almost every case, I love it. Teachers unions, police unions, you name them, there's corruption and waste. Every union. I don't care. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. That's what I've come to know. And since I've started my own corporation and I'm on these heavily unionized jobs, I get to see it firsthand every day.
Exactly what I just explained. But it's the entire day. It's
exhausting. Yeah. And it's like, literally, they'll have like a toolbox. Like, it's like, I got to put this, like, I have to put this soffit up over a reception desk. Your ladder's in the way. Like, I'm just going to scoot it out of the way. And it's like, yo, don't touch that ladder. You can't touch that ladder. I have to move it. It's like, bro, like, and it's just this whole, you're a fucking crybaby. I'm like, yeah, so it's just.
My bosses just thought it was a good idea out in our Washington State facility so we work with the union out there on a construction site that mandates we work with the union. Great. Is what it is. We have that contract. That works out fine. But that construction site mandates the union, so they expect union rates.
Yeah. Which is hefty.
We needed a couple people to work in our shop as well. So we're like, hey, we got a couple of guys and we were paying them on the side to work for us, non-union.
Yeah, sure.
Then they held a union vote and unionized our shop. And
we know which way that went.
It's one of those things. Well, we're still dealing with it, and we still have people like But
the holdouts.
But the entire business is non-profitable now out in that area.
So the incentive, yeah.
So, well, I mean, we're more or less closing it right now.
Right.
And stop doing work there because it was a low margin job and now you put union rates on it and it's a no margin job.
Yeah, you suffocated
It's in
it.
the red.
Yeah. You put a chokehold on it, and you
So-
suffocated it. That's what I'm saying, dude.
But,
It's just
but
like
I'm like,
it inflates the
my
market
take on it
unnaturally.
was, did you guys really hire union guys and expect them not to do union things? They're indoctrinated into the system.
I know.
But also, even if they weren't, maybe these guys were perfectly happy and like they were fine to be just working on the side and getting some extra cash. But guess what? Someone in the union probably found out that they were working over there in a non-union shop, and they're like, you're going to hold a vote or you're kicked out.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a really rough one.
Yeah, so as far as all that goes, this is the most intense conversation I've probably had in months. This is awesome. But, yeah, the two things is I think at the inception of labor unions, I think they had a time and place in America. Thus, in the past 100 years, I think they have created a monopoly for themselves, carved out so much power for themselves that now I think it is a fucking problem that's got to get dealt with. And I don't know how else to deal with it than to just rip the Band-Aid off it and make labor unions illegal. It won't happen because, again, they have almost as much power as the House and Senate do to pass legislation. So it's like,
yeah,
that's just going to be a stalemate that'll probably won't be resolved in our lifetime.
No, but you can still have your opinion on it.
Yeah, of course. And, my opinion is very clear that I think they just fuck the market up for everybody else that's not union. Mm-hmm. That's just my experience. I
think it messes people up that are union too. Point in business.
Yeah.
Like, they don't understand that the market can't actually bear what they're trying to do in a lot of cases.
Yep.
But that's,
Well, there's not. What else do we got to cover, man? I know.
I don't know. Whatever. I mean, we could keep going. I could pull the list up if you really wanted to go, but
what's your Mount Rushmore of BMX videos?
You did want to do that.
And we could go back. I don't care. We can keep doing
videos.
We could keep doing hot button issues. I don't care. But
I mean, I don't
being
think
that this is a
this isn't necessarily the right podcast for that, but
it is what it is at this point. What are we? We're three.
4 hours 11 minutes.
Oh man. I think we can hit 5 hours, easy.
Mount Rushmore of BMX videos.
This is the real hot button issues.
See, I feel like there's two.
Nope, don't overthink it. Just shoot.
Well, no, I'm trying to think because there's core videos that truly crafted and created BMX, but they're not my Mount Rushmore. They're not the four that I lean on.
Well, I'm not. There's no holds barred, so you can approach it however you want.
But I would say if you're talking those.
What stokes you out? It could be either what stokes you out or what you think deserves the most mention. It's whatever.
I'm going to give you two different Mount Rushmores. It's kind of what I'm building to.
You son of a bitch. All right.
You've got the Criminal Mischief forward Anthem 2 and maybe Fast and Loose as
crafted the culture.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then
But those are not videos that I would ever picture you sitting down and being like, I want to go ride now. Maybe Criminal Mischief.
Fast and Loose.
Really?
Yeah. And Forward. I rocked Forward quite a bit.
I watched Forward on YouTube probably a month ago. And I was just like, goddamn.
Some of it's still really good. There's a
even
mindset you have to be in
was good too.
to watch old videos, because you have to be able to cross-relate the era. Because if you show that to a new kid that's riding, they're like, this video's not good.
Yeah, I did this shit last year.
And you're like, yeah, but it was groundbreaking.
Yeah. All right, so your personal Mount Rushmore, the stuff that in your soul gets you amped to go ride,
is...
Get ready, folks. This shit's about to get weird. I know it's about to get weird. Like, well, one of them's got a BMX video.
Dollar bet.
I knew you were going to say something wacky. It's good. It's good.
It is.
BMX fun time.
No. What is that company? It was Dennis Anderson's like apparel company.
Market
Zero.
Great pick. I wouldn't think that would be one you'd be into.
Dude.
Because it's a super crispy, like well produced, just wall to wall bangers. There's like no like crusty like.
Yeah, but there's an entire part of nollie tricks.
Oh, what's his face?
Yes.
Jonas.
Yeah, Mike Jonas.
Yep.
That part is incredible.
Yo, yeah, some of those ones
and
are
Christian
suicidal.
Regal, and like there's so much good in that video. Rob Wise.
God, why it's like Christian? Like why did he start riding mountain bikes, man? I mean, I know why, but it's like, yo, he was a rail killer. All right, so that's two.
That's two. I'm trying to think. One of these is going to be real quirky, but I'm going to say props issue 53.
I don't remember which one that would be.
La Revolution in Binghamton at East Coast Terminal.
First or second La Rev?
I'm not
53 would have been second.
I think so, because 49 was the first.
Best contest that ever existed.
Then there's a We the People tour of Italy in it that is so good with Tobias Wick, Max Gertig, Hanu Cools, like a bunch of really awesome stuff. Dude, that section is 3 songs of just incredible riding. It's got a UGP Roots jam that was really good, including a flatland trick that stands out as my all-time favorite flatland trick I've ever seen, which I'm going to call it a kickflip, but it's standing on the 2 front pegs, holding the rear pegs, bars facing away from you, and he hops and does a full bar spin with his feet and lands back on the front pegs.
Oh, that guy.
Dude,
yeah.
So clean, and I've never seen anyone else do that trick.
Yeah, that was his thing. Yeah, he's the German dude.
And then there was, what else was in that one?
He did that.
Maybe Red Bull Circle of Balance was in that.
He did that in a bunch of videos. That flatland trick. Yeah. That was his thing. Yep.
So like just that video though has so many good sections in it that,
sure,
you know, it sucks. You gotta fast forward through all the commercials and skip them and a bunch of stuff. It really it brings it down. But if you're like, hey, we've got like 12 minutes. What do you want to watch? I want to watch We the People Tour of Italy.
Okay, all right. You could probably just get that online now.
Probably but I don't care. I'll pop the issue 53 in.
I have a handful of props, VHSs still.
And then fourth one.
Make it count. A lot's riding on this.
I know.
Everyone's judging the fuck out of you right now.
It's because it's hard to pick.
Man,
It's hard to pick 4.
They're like props. Who the fuck watch props?
It's super hard to pick 4. I kind of want to go BSD.
Which one?
Whatever their first DVD was.
Transmission. That's a hot one. I actually had this conversation with.
But did you watch their new mixtape? Like, so freaking good.
I mean, the BSD team in general. God damn. Me and Alex Cap just had this conversation. He's like, "Yo, man, have you seen like the new BSD video?" Thinking he was talking about that, and he was just like, "Yeah, blah 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 blah." I go, he's not even on the team anymore. I go, are you talking about Transmission? He's like, yeah, it was called Transmission. I go, that video is like 10 years old now. He's like, oh shit, I just saw it on YouTube. I was like, yeah, dude, it's awesome. I go,
yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
All right, what's yours? Videos.
I'm not answering. That was just I literally have not thought about this at all, so I'm coming up with this right on the spot. But let's say, I'm gonna say Nowhere Fast. Kind of sounded like a shoddy, but maybe not.
No, it's totally leftover fireworks. One off. Totally good.
So one, and these are definitely in no order. This is whatever. I would say Nowhere Fast, Dave Parrott, way over an hour. I think it's like almost 90 minutes of footage. Everyone's in it. I mean, from that era.
Yeah. Yep.
This
is blasphemy. I've never seen Nowhere Fast.
Really? Dude. Dave Young has the opener section, and I know a ton of people have, probably have talked about this, but Dave Young has the opening section, and he's riding a kink revision, and he rides to Slayer, and the video opens up with him feebling down this impossibly long.
I mean, I've seen that clip.
Yeah, and it's just like, ever since that moment, I was just like, that's what's up. So I would say Nowhere Fast. I would say Animal One. I know the popular answer is Can I Eat? But that first video, that first introduced Edwin, I was just like, that is what I want to cut my brakes off, and I want to learn kick flips. Or crank flips, I don't want to get canceled for that too. I was just like, yo, man, that motherfucker cut his brake mounts off. I was like, I want to do that. Yeah, that was the cool. I would just rewind his part. I just rewatch his part. So I would say Animal One. We'll probably swing it more new school. I would say probably Cult Talk is Cheap. Talk is cheap. Yeah, Talk is cheap.
Yeah,
Let him
Dakota
talk.
Roche. No, Talk is Cheap is the real good one with Dakota Roche's like 8 to 12 minute part.
Yeah, he's got 3 songs.
Yeah.
And I believe it's got Alex Kennedy has the opener, I think. Where he like fakey jumps off that like stair, that wild stair set right in the very beginning of his part.
To be fair, I really only know Dakota's part from that video.
Fair enough. That's the one where he like turned down threes off the handicap ramp, right? That it's like
Yeah,
perfectly clicked. Yeah.
He's riding trails in the street.
There you go. Possible. What is trails? I would say that. Then I would probably say another influential one was, man, 4 is tough, dude. Why are you making me do this? I can.
Well, because you want to name like 20 of them.
I want to name at least probably 7 or 8. Oh man, if I have to pick one more that I have to die with, I would say probably Mutiny. Let's Get Mystical.
Good pick.
Growing up, oh God, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name now. The one that passed away. People are screaming. People are screaming at their phones right now.
I never had that video, so I only
bike-
seen it like once or
His
twice.
signature bike was called the Lucifer, the Mutiny Lucifer.
Not Ricky, right?
No, that you're
That's
thinking of
Ricky
Ricky
Bates,
Bates.
not him.
But yeah, I mean he's another one. R.I.P. Oh my God, I have to look it up. It's driving me crazy because his footage and that Let's Get Mystical was kind of a travel montage video.
Yeah,
So-
it's put together really cool.
and that was the other thing is, or you could probably substitute in the one before that, Pumped on Being Stoked.
Other way around, yes.
Stoked on Being Pumped, and those are both were kind of, Joe Simon was way early on the 4K, super high def, like glide cam footage and all that stuff. And yeah, those videos, I was just like, oh my God, this is so crispy. Yeah, I would probably say Let's Get Mystical, but I gotta look it up. The guy's name, I can't believe I'm forgetting. But the Mutiny Lucifer frame was. Oh, come on. It's not. It comes up with the specs, but not. Randy Taylor.
There you go.
Was he like? So I grew up in the era where I idolized. I mean, realistically, I should probably say that like Albert Street. I mean, for like where I was and where I grew up, that video got played a lot. But I was in the era where it was like Albert Street and Animal One were like my main influences. And then I kind of went through a lull where I didn't really ride for a few years. But then I came back into riding in like mid 2000s, kind of early 2000s. And then Stoked on Being Pumped just came out. And I was just like, the caliber of that video at that time, I was just like, and Electronica is another one I was obsessed with. But specifically like Randy Taylor section, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy? He was doing all the like the impossible like hang 5 linked lines, just all that like wild tech riding, but then would tail whip down like a 20 set. So I was just like, dude, this guy is an absolute machine. So that's when I was turned on to him. But then a couple years later, when Let's Get Mystical came out, the video and everything was just bumped up again to another level. And I was just like, yeah, dude, Randy Taylor was a huge influence early on, which is weird because I don't ride anything like him, and he's just totally on another level. With that being said, battled depression like his whole life. So, let it be another lesson, man. Always check on your friends, straight up. So
transition that to your Mount Rushmore of individual riders then, right?
Individual riders. Man, that's even worse.
Well, see, again, like if you really
But,
wanted
well, hold
to,
on,
if
you
you were
did,
going to do
'cause
the
you did.
iconic, well, right, but if you were going to do the iconic one,
iconics
you've got
would be-
Matt Hoffman, Dave Mira, blah, blah, blah.
No, I'm saying my iconic videos, because you did iconic videos, not necessarily
Oh, yeah.
personal faves. I'll do Electronical. I'll probably do either all-time low or Albert Street, just because, I mean, no matter how I feel about it in hindsight, those were influential growing up. I'll say Square One, Wide Awake Nightmare.
Yep.
Last one, I will probably say. I'd probably have to say Anthem 2 for influence, iconic influence one. But yeah, I would say Electronical would probably be one of my personal favorites too. That one's kind of a twofer. But so then Mount Rushmore of riders, I'll say Simone, Mastroni, probably someone wild. Like I always love watching like impossible riding, so probably someone like Lewis Mills or like I would probably put Brad Sims in there, and then I'd probably say like Tim Knoll, like something like that. I just try to think. It's like, what, if I'm sitting around with nothing to do, it's like, whose web edits do I automatically go to? And it's almost always Simone. It's like someone who has basically made their later career like just riding curbs and just doing peg chinks, but peg chinks that you'll never be able to do.
Yeah.
It's like his riding is like so relaxed and simple that it's like, oh shit, like you can actually be like a real individual and like still like have a career and like you don't have to kill yourself. Like,
yeah.
And then Mastroni, like we already talked about for like obvious reasons, pioneering the whole like, like real, like we can be like real freestyle and like turn this into like a real form of expression. And he didn't start out like that either. Like, he did all the old, like the real old, like Def Grip videos where he did all the standard, I'm like doing, whips over steps and like barring out of this. And then it felt like from OSS football on, he was just like, all right, now I figured out like what I want to do. Mm-hmm. Like football was like, I was like, holy shit, he doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to actually have fun. And then that was like for the rest of his, right up until that video that just came out a few weeks ago. Mm-hmm. I was just like, dude, he just totally like carves his own path, builds his own, thinks of something he wants to do. If he can't find it, he fucking makes it. It's like his commitment to like the craft is super inspiring. Brad Sims, for just obvious reasons, I think he's had a very turbulent career. And I think for a long time for whatever reason, I don't know how to explain it, super underrated, didn't get enough shine, is a freak of nature. The what he's able to make his body do on a bike is like, it is not human in a lot of ways. I feel that way about, a lot of people, but I feel like I need to put someone in there that like does like banger shit, because my head usually doesn't want to go there when I think of what appealing riding is to me personally. But I have so much respect, for, like I said, like Lewis Mills or any of the like, people that do banger shit. Like I said, I think Zack Gerber actually is probably in there. I know that's 5, but there's just dudes like that don't get enough shine. And then I know, I don't know if people know about this dude Tim Knoll or not, but it's like he combines like flatland inspired riding with street freestyle riding, but uses props and, dude, it is the epitome of freestyle. It's like, again, the attitude where like you really just don't give a fuck. It's like, I just want to use this street sign is gonna be what I'm riding.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing around it and then land back on the bike and
whatever. There's probably a lot of people like, I don't know, this shit's kind of dorky, but it's like the spirit of that type of riding is actually what people should probably strive for.
The spirit of that type of riding is like partially why AriK Elstran and
he's another one,
Tate Roskelley can do the weirdness that they do. Mm-hmm. And I mean, AriK existed before Tim was out there. I don't know that Tate had anything popular until after Tim.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he kicked the door open.
But like AriK came onto the scene with
and
like
Tim
that
Knoll
trampoline edit.
His videos are like ultra low like production.
Yeah.
He's just like, here's the tripod.
He's just a dude.
Yeah, he's just a dude.
Dude doing weird dude stuff.
Yeah, AriK Elstran is another one, truly too. But because also AriK, he's already done like Mastroni. He started out doing all the stuff, all the in tricks, barring in and out of this, tail whipping in and out of that.
Yeah.
And then he was just like, all right, what else? And him and Mastroni, I think, kind of found that at the same time.
No, dude, AriK came onto the scene with an edit that was just bonkers,
way earlier.
weird,
Yeah.
with trampolines set up off the side of a mini ramp and like doing back bounces and like all sorts of other stuff.
That's right. Yep.
And spelling his name different in every edit.
Yep. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was a whole other
There was the garage edit that they did. Then he and Nyquist had a split edit together.
Because he's always been on Sunday, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Elstran's like another one.
He's been around for a long time at this point.
Yeah, I know, man. You're right. I forgot about that whole era. Yeah. So I like a mix of like, people that are like just totally unrelatable, like dead man shit, and then I tend to focus in on, just guys that really just want to carve their own path, do like wacky or just biking curbs. So let's see, that would dovetail into your Rushmore of
people. Well, all right, 1 and 2, I can say right off the bat because I've said this forever. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, I'm going to say from a Mount Rushmore of BMX, it feels like I'm wasting a spot in a way. But my favorite 2 riders of all time are Dave Osato and Tobias Wick.
I wouldn't argue away from either of those choices.
Right, but like they're so similar that it's like I'm leaving a spot open.
Yeah, okay.
But I've always said those are my 2 favorites, so we'll put them up there first.
Okay, that's fair. Those are some fair choices.
And now is the hard
part.
The
battle for 2.
Yeah, for 3 and 4. Because how do you pick 2?
I don't know, dude. There's a plethora of choices. You must have thought about this before.
The name is gonna skip.
It's just tough.
No,
well, that's the thing.
The name is slipping my mind right now, but I can picture his edits.
What's the company?
No company. Hang on, I gotta look this up because we can't not get the right name.
Is one of them Derek Nelson?
I'm gonna avoid that as the answer because that would be an obvious, but I feel like it's skewed when you're friends.
I thought about putting him in the Mount Rushmore too. He's definitely in there as far as like real influence for me. He would definitely be in the mix. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get that too. Because it's just like, you know, I get influence off of you and like you're kind of like carefree way of riding too. But yeah, at the same time, it's like, can't put the homie in the Mount Rushmore. It's like, yeah, dude, 4 is tough.
Oh my God, why? Why can't I think of it?
Did you imagine him? Does he exist?
Yeah, he does not exist. He's imaginary. Jason Levy.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, well, we're watching a video before I leave then.
All right.
Jason Levy is number 3.
All right, so.
And then number 4. Do I go more recent? I think we're going to go more recent right now. I've been really down with Mickey Fleck.
I was almost certain you were gonna say that. You told me the other day that he was one of your like new like dudes that you're checking out. I will say, when you mentioned his name, I immediately went and watched probably 3 or 4 of his videos, and I don't get the appeal of why you would like him, because it doesn't. I thought you would have. I understand why you like Elstran and, you know, the Tim Knoll and stuff like that. But him, he's good. It's solid. He's steezy, but I don't think he's not a pioneer in any direction, I don't think.
I don't think so. I really like the way he's applying a lot of the like pedal grind, like bottom bracket grind stuff.
He does a lot of it.
Super long feebles, and I can't.
Okay.
I love a good long feeble.
Who the
and it's
fuck
all metal
doesn't?
pegs. It's all metal pegs.
I love it. All right. So that's why I think it warranted an explanation. Because at first, like, I was watching, and I was like, yeah, I vibe it. It's cool, but it's not really quirky. But now that you like explain
but neither are Dave Osato and Tobias Wick either.
No, they're like legends.
That is like, those two are. If you look at my riding and you look at them, you go, why are they your favorites?
Yeah, you wouldn't put that together for sure. Yeah.
It's about the skill required to do what they were doing.
Well, are you a fan of like the whole package too? He's got like the like baggy like gear and all that stuff, or is it like strictly about the riding?
No, it's the riding.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the baggy.
I do. Yeah, the all the pedal stuff. I'm a fan of. I did take note of that.
Because I think it's that he's locking into his tricks and just holding them out instead of like. There's so much right now, and I really don't like where people 180 and immediately fakie hop something or half cab. It's like roll fakie.
Yeah.
Or like grind this, and it's like how many grinds can I do on this short rail versus like I'm gonna land on this, and we're going top to bottom.
No one does it. All right. Yeah. Okay. Now that you put it into perspective, that makes sense. Yeah, every now and again you'll see like a long grind from somebody, but he's like making it to be his thing. Mm-hmm. Sometimes less is more, man. Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, I can vibe that.
And then Jason Levy, if anyone knows, then they know.
I have no
You're
idea.
gonna know.
I think you've talked him up
I'm
to me
sure
before.
I've shown you his parts before.
And I think you have shown me his parts before, and I must have not have vibed him because I don't remember anything about it.
He's the dude that was 180ing roof gaps, shooting a gun.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Pioneered the pickup bar. Doing like half bar spin, no hander landers up 4 stairs, like all sorts of weird
that
stuff.
That sounds impossible. Damn. All right.
He's rad.
Those are eclectic choices for sure. What other Mount Rushmores are we feeling?
Oh, do we want to do more Mount Rushmores?
Or do you have other hot topics? Or are we wrapping this up because it's 15 minutes to midnight?
Dude.
Are we at 5 hours?
No, but we got like 22 more hours we can record.
All right, so... So anyway, with the JFK assassination...
No, I think we'll probably call it. I mean, we can always do more of these. I was thinking, obviously you could do your own. You don't need me. But if you're going to be recording edits in here, it would also be cool and a good opportunity for me to get up here and like sit down with a bunch of the locals.
I would, absolutely. Yeah.
So.
That's what I'm saying. That's what this whole space, that's my whole thing. I'm trying to create a hub for everyone to be able to come on and get down. So, yeah, man, that would definitely be the thing. And we could just pin people down on the spot, not even say, like, well, now that we're talking about it, but
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
People don't plan for a podcast, and the part of the problem with podcasts is the people you think that are going to have a lot to say.
Yeah.
Don't want to talk.
Or
they have
then
like
you gotta like pry stuff out of them, and it makes it a lot
it's
harder.
not that they don't have a lot to say. It's that they don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to pry stuff out. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, you're right.
But
how much negative backlash has the podcast gotten?
Not much. I'm generally non-divisive.
Yeah. You have a pretty pragmatic way of how to approach it.
Well, and
which sometimes I tend to be more like kind of a sledgehammer when it comes to when it comes to topics, but for better for worse.
I don't generally think of myself as highly opinionated.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. Or it's like it doesn't really matter, so I don't really care.
Well, but I think that's why like we can have a conversation and have, just general conversation. It's not aggressive. Even if there's a strong opinion, like I'm so passive that it's not a strong opinion.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why the people you're in. If we can chop it up, and it doesn't have to turn into some kind of like personal thing, one-on-one. It's like we can vibe. It's just so much. It's just like
I could send you down a rabbit hole before the end of this, but I think I'm going to avoid it. I'll get your reaction to the question, but we're not going to go down it right now. We'll save it for next time.
All right.
One of my favorite questions to ask, even though I'm not super in the know on a lot of them at this point, is what's your favorite conspiracy theory? We don't have to do it.
Favorite, believe it or not, even though I've been, like I said, called a right-wing conspiracyist many times. I don't really know shit about conspiracies. I would say a favorite one, or at least, I guess, one that I would be curious about. I feel like conspiracy theories. There's nothing. I don't think I even really have a
take on this one.
I don't think I have like a favorite one or enough to like really want to care.
There's a few for me that I'll mention that are just like, they're not favorites in that I like love them or anything, but they're like intriguing.
I would say
you've got the one world order stuff, which is like, I'm not even sure it's a theory at this point.
I would say, I think one world order isn't, to me, that's not conspiratorial anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's been something that they've been grinding away at for 50 years.
I think
maybe more.
You mentioned it already, JFK assassination.
I will say, yeah, as cliche as that is, that one is still
9/11
sparks the interest. I think, well, see, this is why you're getting it out of me. I was drawing a brain fart. I think portions of 9/11 were enabled by the U.S. government.
Yes.
I think it's a harder sell to me personally to say that it was 110% thought of, put into action, and executed by the U.S. government. I think they had intel that said something from a certain area might happen in this area maybe around this time, and I don't think they put enough gears in motion to squash that.
And they may have utilized it to their benefit.
And I think they kind of let it happen at least. Secondly, that was a controlled demolition of the building. Yeah,
all three of them.
There was a controlled demolition. Those buildings were brought down by someone pushing a button, not the plane. Sorry. So I don't care. Come at me hard. Put it in the comments, son.
Then we've got fake moon landing. That one's intriguing.
Not to me. I think the moon landing's real.
I think anyone that's ever worked on a high school project with other people knows that people don't hold up their end of the bargain on anything and work together to make things happen.
Right.
And I also think anyone that went to high school knows nobody can keep a secret.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I believe the moon landing happened personally. So.
I do too.
But I did just see a picture where they said,
well, there's a lot of contrary.
There's the boot print on the ground that was there, and then in a museum, you can actually go to the Air and Space Smithsonian Museum in Washington and see Neil Armstrong, right? Neil Armstrong's boot that he wore.
And it's not the same print.
The print is not even remotely close, but so I don't know. I guess I haven't actually watched.
Yeah, I don't put a lot of time into them, but I know some of them.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah. The
Epstein. Did Epstein kill himself?
Nope. No, dude. No, the Clintons had their hand off in him.
So is the conspiracy Epstein or is the conspiracy the Clintons?
I guess both. Bill Clinton flew to Lolita Island like 57 times, so it was in their best interest to keep that black book squashed. So yeah, no, Clinton's offed. Epstein. What else you got? I mean,
should I switch it? Should I just get a good list of all the conspiracy theories and instead of asking your favorite, be like, what's your take on?
See, I wasn't even thinking about it. See, it's good that you had this all lined up because I was drawing a total brain fart.
Flat Earth.
It's bullshit. The world is round.
The world is hot dog shaped.
The world's actually a diamond. Yeah, moon landing, I think, is real. Earth is round. Epstein was killed. What else is there? I think the U.S. government had a hand in a certain amount of help with the JFK assassination.
Yeah,
I think that was a convoluted reaction to the Bay of Pigs and all that bullshit.
I mean, there's so much he was trying to abolish the CIA.
Right. Yeah. So I think that was a clapback for that. Yeah, I would be down with that. You should write down like 50 different conspiracy theories and just see who knows what. And of course, I'm a total idiot. I don't know anything, so everything I say doesn't matter. But
well, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
to
I
just
think
stand up for a minute.
I think probably I would say, and we can end this pretty quick, but I would say if there was, I don't know, this might not be conspiratorial anymore either, but I think back in the 50s with Ancel Keys said that you know, when they were setting up the food guide pyramid, and Ancel Keys did all the like 7-Day Adventist research and all that, where he said, yo, sugar's not the problem, it's fat and sodium. And then it set into motion this whole thing where like foods that were like, you know, super high in carbs and came in a box, but if it said low fat or low sodium, that was the way we were gonna perpetuate health. And it made big food filthy rich. It made big pharma filthy rich, because then they got to manufacture all this diabetes medication and they're the like to mitigate obesity in different facets.
Isn't big pharma, I mean, a conspiracy? I know it's a term that gets used.
Yeah, maybe,
Deep state,
maybe.
Big pharma.
Yeah, all of it. Yeah, so I think, I don't know if that is what you would consider a conspiracy, but I think that, because, you know, they basically, I don't know, I think it was the USDA or the FDA, one of them basically paid off Ancel Keys to just be like, yo, I'm the top scientific, investigator of this subject, and I'm signing off that sugar and carbs are not the problem and to look elsewhere. And then that opened up the floodgates for him to market all this bullshit food to us to keep us just sick enough and just fat enough to, so I think that is a multi-conspiracy. Well, no, because a conspiracy means it takes more than one person, right? Is that the definition?
Yeah, I would think so.
So
I also think that it has to imply that it's not the like overarching belief.
Yeah. So, yeah, right. Well, that, yeah.
Which I think that's more or less fact, that like those.
I think nowadays, yeah, I think the cat might be out of the bag. And I can recommend a really good book on the subject called Big Fat Surprise by Nina Teicholz. Has a really good book that deals with all like how like Ancel Keys was totally paid off by the U.S. government to like demonize the meat industry, and like all the like saturated fat and protein, should be like taken in small amounts, but you can eat bread and cereal all day as long as it's labeled low fat. And how that worked hand in glove with like, Big Pharma, we just got this like, we can figure out how to like exogenously put insulin into your system, and it all worked kind of hand in glove together. So that's always an interesting one. Yeah, I would recommend that book. And I do find time to read in between all my goings out. Sometimes that's the best way to get my head to shut off at the end of the night.
Sometimes it's easy when you're on the road too.
I always have a book or two when I'm like sitting in hotels and shit. Yeah, no, I don't know. Conspiracies are, I guess, a fun thing to talk about, but I don't get heavy into it.
I mean, you're not like a super internet guy, so no. It would be hard to get into them, I feel like.
I don't know how to. I'm not the most IT savvy guy. I mean, I could Google shit. Just
like you could get books on different stuff, and then you'd start like maybe, but beyond like reading a book and being like, that's an interesting take. I don't know that you would then like
sure
go off the deep end of like, I got to find every book I can on this. You're just like, I'm gonna find something else interesting to read.
I mean, the books I have the most of are actually wilderness survival and or just like outdoor adventure. Like I own all the like Jack London books, and all Henry Thoreau and George Washington Sears, and all those classic outdoor adventure books and survival and all that stuff. I love me a good survival story.
I have a bunch of Orwell books at this point.
Yeah, I haven't got into
Animal
that,
Farm, 1984. They're all pretty interesting.
How close are we to living out 1984? Dude, how many things in your daily life are like, yo, man? I would recommend everyone read George Orwell's 1984 for sure.
I mean, if you want something simpler and faster, read Animal Farm.
Or Animal Farm is a great sub, and yeah, for sure. I've read 1984 twice, and I think I've read almost all of Animal Farm. I own it. Pretty sure I've read it.
It's pretty.
There's
good.
a lot of striking similarities. I'm just saying, when you read 1984, some light bulbs will probably click off in a lot of people's heads. A lot of eerie similarities. But yeah, so pretty much at the end.
And to be clear on that one, it's not based on one political party or the other. They're both doing it.
Yeah, it's basically the kind of premise of it is that how much freedom and security are you willing to give up for convenience and complacency is kind of like the overarching theme, which, like you say, exists on both sides of the aisle. So, yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty crazy. All right, we're at 5 hours. Do we call it?
We did it. We fucking did it.
We did it.
I want you to find out what the longest running was and then we'll beat it by 1 minute on the next episode. Just chill to the next episode. I appreciate you spending the whole basically most of your
not landing my trick.
Whole Saturday. We'll get it. This park ain't going anywhere.
We could just burn through it. I could waste another T-shirt before I drive home.
I don't care, dude. I'll hang out. Thank you for making the drive up here and spending the whole Saturday with me, essentially. And I want people to check out NWC's Instagram. If you don't hear from me, like I said, I'll be reaching out to a couple more people to come in here and ride before I do kind of a hard opening. But there'll be big things on the horizon, and I'm motivated and stoked. And we hopefully I'll see all the dudes out here at Ripon this winter, and hopefully we'll get you to land this trick that you've been working on sooner or later. There'll be, like I said, the Alex Capalongo video is already out. Yours will be done at an undisclosed point in the future. And I think it's probably not too early to announce that we'll be doing a Bobby Lopez one. Probably filming that in the next week. Not sure when that one will be live, but I pretty much just edit stuff literally whenever I feel like it. There's like no schedule.
I'm going to request the Davey one too.
We can work everything in. There's a place for everything. Hopefully people are stoked on it, and we'll see you out here.
And that is enough. Thanks, everyone. Check us out on the socials, but you probably already know, so, whatever. Episode whatever is a wrap.